then a hand, two hands emojis like that.
Yes. So as you all can see, Marceline has put exactly that symbol and a 22 and all the emojis that the previous comment was put, everything is exactly the same.
Yes, and now we have Manti Parameshwariya who has put red, blue, yellow are the primary colors, and a hibiscus flower, which is pink, and another pink flower, and then a smiley emoji with star eyes, red star eyes, and Om emoji with purple background, Namaskar emoji, and then now Pooja Kumar has put a dog emoji, which is brown and white, and then a watermelon emoji, a pumpkin emoji, which has all the Halloween stuff carved on it, and then a white flower and a house, and a boat and a sun, and then we have again Manitya Parameshwariya who's put a heart emoji with the yellow stars.
So as you all can see, all the emojis that Ma Parameshwariya, Ma Pooja Kumar, and Ma whatever Ma Saline ji, everything is exactly what Parameshwar revealed through the third eye. If anybody else wants, you can put it in the comment section.
Yes, now we have another comment from Tia Parameshwariya who has put an apple emoji and another flower emoji, a rose emoji with the stem, and then a red rose emoji. Like the first rose is pink and it's more like a bud, and then a more bigger one, a red emoji, and then a frog face emoji.
Yes, so as you all can see, it is exactly all the fruits and everything that you all have been commenting is exactly what Parameshwara has revealed, from the flowers to the emojis and everything.
And now Nitya Parameshwariya has put in I and N in capital letters.
Yes. So then with this, we can enter into the next power. If anybody else wants to comment anything, you can comment. And last time.
Yes, now Ma Parameshwariya has again put blessings to you and then a butterfly emoji, a brown butterfly.
Yes. So then with this, we will be entering into the next power after the volunteer helps Ma Madhura to come out of the eye band. So as you all can see, the eye band is being removed right in front of you, and it was the exact same eye band that has been used. And all, as you all can see, this eye band doesn't have any machine or anything attached to it. It is just pure sponge and a sheet. Yes. So then with this, we can enter into the next power of body scanning, where we will be, so we'll first be going through the Shastra Pramana, Atma Pramana, Apta Pramana, and Sakshi Pramana, and Pratyaksha Pramana. So as we are going through that, whoever wants a body scanning can start putting it in the YouTube comment section, and as many body scannings as we can, we will be doing. So you can start putting, requesting for your body scanning. So in this power of body scanning, one awakens to the ability to scan illnesses, diseases, medically diagnosed issues, and provide solutions through the awakened third eye. So the Shastra Pramana, to manifest this power of third eye, comes from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Swadehe jagato vapi Sukshma Sukshmatara Nicha Sattva Niyani Nilayam Dhyatvante Vyajyate Para. Bhagwan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principle of your whole body, Swadeha, or of the whole universe, simultaneously consists of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause Paramashiva by the experience of such restful awareness. One becomes complete from all thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power Paradevi is revealed, and the supreme power manifestation happens.
And the after pramana for this power comes from the life of Siddha, whose name is Teraya. And he was one of the prominent disciples of Agastya. And one day a man suffering from severe headache comes to Agastya for healing. Agastya then uses the power of body scanning and identifies that the root cause of the headache is, he reveals that the root cause of the headache is because there's a small terai, a type of frog sitting in the person's brain. And Agastya immediately instructs his disciple Teraya, his disciple, to perform an open head surgery and remove the frog. And after the surgery is completed successfully, the person is healed and cured of the headache, and thus he gains the name Teraya.
Yes. The next is the Atma Pramana from the life of Swamiji himself. On the 22nd December 2019, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nityananda Paramashivam, revealed how Swamiji uses the power of body scanning, paraphrasing his own words. Only when I had the multiple compound hand fracture, I was forced to go for surgery and therefore for medical checkups related to that. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in my different organs. It was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition due to the poisoning. Through body scanning, I found out what the problems and balances had happened and where balance has to be done. I used allopathy as a second opinion to verify my findings.
And now all of you can see the Sakshi Pramana, the sharings of few of the thousands of the disciples who have been initiated into these powers. They have shared their experience where they have manifested this power of body scanning. And now we will be witnessing the live demonstration of the Sakshi Pramana, where you will be seeing the demonstration of the power of body scanning. So anyone who would like can put your comment in the YouTube comment section, and we will be doing a body scanning for you.
So Ma Pooja Kumar has requested for body scanning and how to manifest my reality. So Ma Madhura, you can manifest the power of body scanning for Ma Pooja Kumar.
Yes. And Ma
And
Parameshwari also.
we have Ma Saline Ji, who has asked for a body scanning before that. So Ma Saline, Pragnana will be manifesting the power of body scanning and revealing.
Yes, so Ma Pooja Kumar, for you, I was able to see, Ma, that there is like a small type of ulcer and boils which are being created in the stomach and near the liver. So I was able to see for that, the solution is to take Haitaki as well as in the night, everyday night for the next 1 week, outside around your stomach, apply castor oil and allow the oil to enter the skin and get absorbed into the skin. That will help in healing, cooling down the body and healing the boils and the ulcer in the stomach and near the liver. This is what I was able to see for you, Ma. And I was able to see, to manifest any reality, that you want to manifest. Connect with Paramashiva, chant the Mahavakya, and from the space of Paramashiva, from the space of oneness with Swamiji and Paramashiva, make a declaration to manifest that reality, and you will see the manifestation happening. So this is what I was able to see for you, Ma.
Yes. So
And Ma
what
Paramashiva has
Paramashiva
asked for a scan for the cat.
Yes.
So
So
I will
actually, Ma Paramapriya, for your cat, I've also already scanned. As Ma Madhura was sharing, I had a little bit more time, so I had scanned. So Prabjot Gilaya has asked Ma Madhura, so you can do the scanning for Prabjot Gilaya.
Yes.
So Ma Saline, what Parameshwar revealed is that there is some weakness in you that you're facing. It is just as weakness itself, and the solution is for you to clean your liver. So what Parameshwar revealed is for you to drink pure haritaki mixed with water, not consume the haritaki as haritaki paste or haritaki powder, but mix it with the water and drink it as a gulp. So Parameshiva revealed that that is going to be a solution for you, and castor oil. Consuming castor oil with banana is what Parameshiva has revealed for as a solution for Yuma. So as much as possible, at least once a day, consume castor oil with banana. And one more problem is that you're having weakness in your knees and in your especially in your joint areas. And what Parameshiva said revealed was this solution will help you with all the weakness that you're facing, even the slight eye disturbance that you're having. And one more thing is for you to do enema and clear your stomach. So this is what Parameshiva had revealed. And for Ma Parameshiva Priya's cat, what Parameshiva revealed for your cat is that the cat is consuming something that it is not supposed to consume. It is when it is roaming around, it is consuming some kind of stick, and it is just getting stuck in the cat's throat. So what Parameshiva revealed is for you to give the cat a little bit more extra care, and all that cat wants is to live in the presence of an incarnation. So let her or him just be in the presence of the deities and Atmamurti as much as possible, playing Mahavakya around wherever the cat is moving around, and let the cat be in the sanctity as much as possible. And you will see that the cat is actually trying to express itself more. You will see that the cat is will feel much more healthy, and all the problems that the cat is going through, it will feel much more healthier. Yes. So Ma Madhura will be sharing for Prabjot Gilayana.
Yes. So, and actually, Ma Parameshwar, that was the exact same thing that even I saw for your cat. You just keep the cat in the presence of Swamiji. Make sure that the cat comes always for the darshans and satsangs. That will help in healing your cat and keeping it always healthy. And for Prabjot Gilaya, for you, I was able to see that you have to drink lots of water. And you also have, every day when you take a bath, you can mix little turmeric in the water and take a bath. And I've also, that will keep your body healthy when the turmeric touches your body itself. And even in the night before you sleep, you can apply turmeric on your forehead, just a little bit. You can mix it with water and apply it on your forehead. And I have given healing for any other problems that you are going through. So with the grace and blessings of Swamiji, you will be healed. So
Yes.
this is what I was able to see from here. And Ma Adbhuta Chaitra, Ma Prajnana will be revealing for you in some time. And Sagar Palaya has asked for healing. Please heal my dad, mom, and me from COVID. Yes, now I'll be giving healing.
Actually, Sagar Palaya, as PARASHAKTI has already revealed, the best solution for you to heal yourself is to go to Adi Kailash.
Yes.
So, when PARASHAKTI herself has revealed that there is no other option for healing, we will not be able to do the healing.
Yes, and Ma Parameshwari has also asked for a scan. So now I will be scanning Yuma. And Sagar Palaya, of course, the ultimate thing is to go to the Adi Kailash and take a dip in the Vaidya Sarovar and be in the presence of Swamiji. Even we can give healing for you, but the ultimate thing is to go to Adi Kailash and have the healing in the presence of Swamiji, in the energy field of Swamiji.
Yes, sir. So, Ma Maha Adbhuta Charitra, what Parameshwar revealed while scanning for your husband was that he needs to consume more of water and keep himself hydrated, and he feels some sort of itchiness in his skin. So what Parameshwar revealed was for him to apply some bhasma on his skin, and especially in the throat area, apply some bhasma on the throat area. Any place that is itching, you can apply bhasma on that, but applying bhasma on the throat area will reduce the itchiness. This is what Parameshwar revealed. And one more thing is the pain he gets suddenly in his toes. So what Parameshwar revealed is for him to do the balancing in his toe and stay on his toe for some more time. And while doing the yoga, Parameshwar revealed that he has to stay on his toe for a few minutes every day and practice to increase the strength of his toe. And this is what Parameshwar revealed.
Yes, and for Sagar Palaya, of course, to come to Adi Kailash, you will have to first get healed and come with the negative certificate. And you will be getting more information about that in the further segments of this program. But I have given the healing, and you can also sign up for the PARASHAKTI Akashic readings and get healing from PARASHAKTI herself. And Ma Parameshwapya, for you, Ma, I was able to see that there is a lot of dryness in your throat, and also that dryness is affecting the your throat is hurting even sometimes when you drink water or when you eat food. And because of that, the proper amount of food and the proper amount of water that is needed for your body right now, you are not consuming that much. So your throat has to first get healed completely, and then you have to start drinking more water and also eating more food, little more quantity, and make sure that all the food is organic and fresh. And for healing your throat, I was able to see that every day night, just sometime before you take haritaki, you can have a teaspoon of honey with hot water that you can drink, and then after that you can take the haritaki powder. That will help in healing your throat. And once your throat is healed, and you can do this for 1 week, and in this 1 week and even after that, start consuming little more food and more water for you to stay more healthy. This is what I was able to see for you, Ma.
Yes. So, Ma Alankrita Yadav, while scanning for your friend Aruna, Aya, I was able to see that there is some sort of spots that is forming inside his nasal part. So the solution is for him to consume pepper water with lemon squeezed in it, and it should be a little bit warm. There is some sort of mist that is forming in his nasal part. So that will be cleansed while doing this. And one more thing that Parameshwar revealed was that he has sudden chest pain that is just shooting. He's having the sudden chest pains which just hurts it. And the solution which Parameshwar gave for that is for him to chant the Mahavakya as loudly as possible. Go to the terrace and chant Mahavakya as loudly as possible, and that will just relieve the stress that he's going through and relieve the pain. And one more thing that Parameshwar revealed was for spending some more extra time in spiritual activity, and that will help him to relieve his stress, and that will help with him relieving his pain from the chest also. So that is a solution that Parameshwar has revealed, and the healing for other problems that Aya is going through is also done. So you can convey to Arunabhaya Ma Alankrita.
Yes, and Ma Parameshwar has gotten back in the comments saying, wow, thank you, Ma. And Ma Mahakacharitra has also gotten back saying, thank you, Ma. I will tell you. Yes, Ma. Thank you for getting back in the comments. And anyone else who would like a body scan, you can put your comments in now. We have a few more minutes.
Nityanandam Rajaya, Manitya Parameshwar Priya has gotten back saying, I have been doing Raman Nirahara Samyama and not eating much. I will take the honey and water before Haridaki.
Yes.
Thank you, Ma Alankrita Yadav, for getting back.
Rajaya has.
Yes, so Rajaya has requested for a scan and heal for the addiction patterns. Yes, Aya. So I will be doing the scanning and healing. Both of us will be actually doing the healing and scanning for the addiction pattern.
Yes, so Rajaya, I have given the healing, and I was also able to see that you, from your side, you should take a conscious decision to get to be healed from your addiction patterns, and also just how Swamiji said in a satsang a few days ago, whenever you feel like doing something that whenever you feel that you are going back to something, then you can chant the Mahavakya instead of doing that specific action. So, and consciously decide to get healed from the addiction pattern. That will help in healing you, Aya. And Ma Alankrita Yadav has asked for a scan for her dog. Yes, Ma. So now I'll be scanning your dog, Ma.
Yes, and Ma Parameshwar Priya has gotten back saying, my cat Princess Peach loves to be near puja deities. Yes, Ma. So just let your cat be more in the presence of Swamiji and around the deities and in the puja presence. And even if even if it is making the place dirty or anything, but still leave the cat to be as much as possible in the presence of the deities, around the deities. This is what Paramashiva had revealed. So yes. Yes, she's always going to Swamiji's Murti and rubbing up against it. Yes, Ma, that is so sweet. Ma, also Raja, yeah, exactly whatever Ma Madhura has revealed is what Paramashiva revealed. For you to take conscious decision, declare consciously for yourself and make a commitment for yourself, and just break that addiction pattern. This is what Paramashiva had revealed, exactly whatever Paramashiva had revealed to Ma Madhura.
Yes, and Ma Salanji has asked a scan for her father and his lungs problem. So Ma Pragya, you can do a quick scan for Ma Salanji's dad. And Ma Alankrita Yadav, for your dog, Ma, I was able to see that he is quite healthy. And for him to have a more positive energy and positive space around him, I was able to see that you can, during the next darshan, you can keep some kumkum in front of the screen, get the kumkum energized, and specifically for the dog, for Bhairav. And every day, just apply a little bit kumkum on his third eye, and you will actually see that he starts manifesting powers. So, and the space around him will become very positive. So this is what I was able to see for your dog.
Yes, Ma. So when Paramashiva revealed that your dad has the lung capacity to hold, he has the problem that if he's there in a place which is not having enough of air or oxygen, he finds it very difficult to breathe. And there is some sort of blockage in his lung that is not letting the oxygen to completely pass through the lung and completely pass the oxygen received to the body. So what Paramashiva revealed as a solution is for him to do pranayama. You can get the pranayama for expanding the lungs from the website, Kailasa's website, and do pranayama every day at least for 1 hour, and you will see that his lung capacity and the sustenance of oxygen and the blockage in lung will expand. And you can get back in the chat.
Yes, and we have Wireless Vibration who has donated $4.99. Yes, thank you, Aya, for your contribution to Kailasa. And you have asked, please heal all viruses and parasites in my being and my friend Andrea. So yes, we will be doing a quick healing for you, and then moving on to the next segments of this program. So me and Ma Pragnana will be doing a healing for you.
Yes. So Raja has gotten back saying, yes, Ma, I should take conscious decision. Thank you very much for healing and guidance. I will do the solution provided through the scanning. Yes, Saya, thank you for getting back. And Ma Salanji has also gotten back saying, thank you. Yes, he cannot breathe good, and he starts moving when he starts moving. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you for getting back, Ma Salanji. And Borealis, what Paramashiva revealed is for you to not stress the healing is done, and for you yourself to not stress is what basically the stress is what is stopping you. So what Parameshwar revealed is for you to not stress.
Yes. And thank you, Rajaya, for the contribution, and also Borealis Vibration for another contribution to Kailasa. Thank you for your contributions, Kailasha. And now with that, we, in the interest of time, we come to the conclusion of this power manifestation segment. And we'll be moving on to the further segments of this program where we will be learning who is Devi PARASHAKTI and how we can receive her. So now in this next segment, we will be learning about the divine feminine consciousness, about who is Devi PARASHAKTI. And we'll be first looking at the Dhyana mantra, the Dhyana shloka of Devi PARASHAKTI, which comes from the Lalita Sahasranama Dhyana shloka. Sindhuraruna vigraham trinayana manikya mauli spurate तारानायक शेखरां स्मितमुखीं मापीन वक्षोरुहां पाणिभ्यामलिपूर्णरत्नचषकं रक्तोत्पलं बिभ्रतीं सौम्यां रत्नघटस्थरक्तचरणां ध्यायेत् परामम्बिकाम्. And the translation for this verse is, the Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in a vermilion red body with triple eyes, sporting a crown of rubies, studded with the crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup brimming with mead, and the other twirling a red lotus.
The next Dhyana shloka of Devi PARASHAKTI comes from the Lalita Sahasranamam Dhyana shloka. Again, and the verse is Arunam Karunatarangatakshim Dritapasham Kushapushpavanachapam Animadibirapratam Mayukai Rahamityeva Vibhavaye Bhavani. The translation is, I meditate on the great empress. She is red in color and her eyes are full of compassion and holds the noose, the goat, the bow and the flowery arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as Anima, for rays, and she is the self within.
And Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. PARASHAKTI is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in, and the source where Big Bang and black holes go on and on. PARASHAKTI is the source Shakti, the source energy, the source power, from which all of us came, in which all of us are in even now, and in which all of us are going to merge into.
Nijavatara of PARASHAKTI, out of her extreme love and compassion, PARASHAKTI herself is manifesting through the embodied form of the Nijavatara of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasamidanand, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, gracing us, answering all our questions, attending to all our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Parameshwaram itself.
And in the words of Devi PARASHAKTI herself, she beautifully says, raising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Hrimkara, filled as Parashodasi, living in 40 triangles, the Kailasha Swami who is in Kailasha, Sri Purachintamani, Parashodasi, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi, as Nityananda, I took Nijavatara here to give good boons to everyone, to bestow all goodness. Hiranya Garbha Swarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samrajya Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi. Taking the form of Nityananda, I came here as Nijavatara. With great compassion I am blessing. Listen, people. To do good to all of you, I took the form of Nityananda and came down as Nijavatara.
Again, in the words of PARASHAKTI herself, raising an Omkara, blossoming as Shiva Shiva, Shiva Shiva, manifesting as source of existence, powers of existence, expression of existence, from the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, the Ichcha, Kriya and Jnana, growing as four Vedas, expanding as five Panchabhutas, beyond six chakras, filled as gotras of seven rishis, expanding as the eight directions, existing as nine grahas, blossoming as 10 indriyas, being as 11 rudras, creating all the worlds, bringing life to tell and make truth blossom, and to do good, Parashodasi Meenakshi, in the form of Nityananda. I came to bless every one of you.
And let's see how we can receive Devi Parashakti. So literally you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. She is there on your screen. So always receive her very traditionally. You can keep 2 betel leaves, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and a coin in front of the screen as you watch Devi Parashakti and receive her. And for those of you who don't know, the coin is actually considered the traditional dakshina in the Hindu tradition. It can be the lowest value in India. It can even be just 1 paise, and in the US, it can even be just a cent. Sandy says, I'm not trying to monetize. Keep even 1 cent is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it will add up to $1. In India, even 1 paise is okay.
Offer that to Devi after darshan is over. Do namaskar and eat the banana, betel leaf and betel nut, and take it as a prasadam immediately. Collect those coins and send it to a temple. This betel leaf, betel nut may look too small, but in few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiments that she really is there. You will not take the Devi darshan for granted. If you're just simply coming and staying every day, you might just simply take the Devi darshan for granted. Whereas if you hold the sanctity and sentiments by offering the prasad, naivedyam, and betel leaf, betel nut, it may just seem so small, but you will see that is what is holding your sentiments, and you will experience that she's actually there. You will not take the darshan for granted. So the rituals will break your monotonous, unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to the powerful cognition, and it will break your unconscious behavior.
And now all of you can see how you can set up your tambulam. So you can set up the 2 betel leaves, the betel nut, the banana, and the coin. You can set it up in a plate, arrange it in a plate, and keep it in front of the screen as you watch Devi Parashakti and receive her. And these are the 4 basic items which are kept as part of the tambulam. But if you would like, you can also add the additional items such as a coconut, some glass bangles, some kumkum, some turmeric, and some fresh flowers. You can add those items as a few additional items, but the 4 basic items that are kept as part of the tambulam are these 4 items: the betel leaf, the betel nut, the banana, and the coin. So you can arrange all of this in a plate, keep it in front of the screen as you watch Devi Parashakti and receive her. And with that, we come to a conclusion of this segment, where we have learned who is Devi Parashakti and how we can receive her when she comes for the darshan. So with that, we'll be moving to the next segment of this program, where we will be learning about what Devi Parashakti has revealed and how important it is for us to understand, internalize, and follow what Devi Parashakti has revealed for humanity. So we'll be moving on to the next segment after a really short break. So please stay tuned.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. we won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailashians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness, we can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystems. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. You will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashakti. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailashians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute.
Welcome back, dear viewers. Now we will be entering into the next segment where we will learn about some of Devi PARASHAKTI's revelations made to humanity. Over the last several months, Devi has been continuously blessing all of us, has been continuously guiding us through this pandemic. So let us see what Devi has revealed about COVID-19 and this pandemic. We can go to the next slide, please. So Devi's words mapped into English. Listen carefully what is being said. Daughter, you are one of the beings who came down from Kailasa to be a co-sailor and serve the world protected from the terrible corona. You forgot the purpose of coming and diverted into another life. Such beings as you who came from Kailasa are also the reason for this terrible pralaya. Like you and other such beings who came from Kailasa have become the reason for this great drama. Forgetting the divine seva you need to do and leaving the work you are meant to do, you are doing some other work. For 3 days, think about what I told you. I will make you realize it in your dream, waking state and consciousness. I will show you the truth. Once you see it, I will give you Praishchitta and Parahara. Go and come, O virtuous one. So on the 31st of May, 2021, Ma Nityananda Prajna asked Devi PARASHAKTI for blessing the USA for protection from the ongoing mega drought. Devi blessed that rain will happen in USA, and there was rain in Leicester town in the USA immediately after the reading. And here are reports from NASA about the ongoing drought conditions in spring of 2021, and in the USA Today about the dryness in the West exacerbating the region's mega drought. So let us listen to Devi's blessings for rain for the drought affected by the drought that affected Leicester town.
நித்யானந்த பிரக்ஞா இப்பொழுது தூரத் துவங்கிவிட்டது பார். பெருமழை பொழியும், துக்கங்கள் தீரும், காட்டுத்தீ இருக்காது. அன்னை அருள்மழை தந்தேன், தூரத் துவங்கிவிட்டது உன் நாட்டில். போய் வா. ஓம் நித்யானந்த பிரக்ஞா இப்பொழுது
And Devi's words mapped into English. Nityananda Prajna. See right now, it has started showering. Huge rain will be showered. Suffering will be solved. forest fire will not be there. Mother, I gave my grace showering. It has started spring in your country. Go and come. So let us listen to Devi PARASHAKTI's revelations on the sacred secrets of Hindu birth.
நன்றாய் கேட்டுக்கொள். உன் கேள்விக்கு உன்மூலமாய் உலகெங்கும் இருக்கும் இந்துக்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் அளிக்கின்றேன் உத்திரம். கேட்டு வாழ்ந்தால் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கை பத்திரம். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். பிறப்பின் ரகசியத்தை பிறப்பிலா பெருமை உடைய பரமேஸ்வரி சொல்லுகின்றேன் கேளுங்கள். அண்டஜம், யோனிஜம், ஜலஜம், பீஜம் எனும் 4 விதமான பிறவிகளில் 84,000 யோனிகளில் பிறக்கும் பிறப்புகளிலேயே பெருமை வாய்ந்ததும் உத்தமமானதும் மனிதப் பிறவி. அந்த மனிதப் பிறவியிலும் பலமுறை பிறந்து உழன்று அரசியல், பொருளாதாரம், சுகபோகம், தர்மம், அர்த்தம், காமம் எனும் ஆசைகள், துக்கங்கள், அச்சங்கள் அனைத்திலும் அழன்று உழன்று இனி வேண்டாம் இப்பிறவி, வேண்டுவது மோட்சமே என்று முடிவெடுத்தோர்க்கு மட்டுமே ஹிந்து மத யோனிஜம், ஹிந்து பெற்றோர்க்கு பிறந்திடும் சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம யோனிஜம். மனித பிறவி உத்தமம், சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம மனித பிறவி உத்தமோத்தமம். இந்த உத்தமோத்தம பிறவி எடுத்த எல்லோருக்கும் ஜீவன் முக்த விஞ்ஞானத்தையும் சனாதன தர்மத்தையும் காக்கின்ற கடமையும் உண்டு. அதனால் வருகின்ற நன்மையெல்லாம் அனுபவிக்கும் உரிமையும் உண்டு. இந்த கடமையை செய்வோம் என்று சத்தியம் செய்ததனால்தான் அந்த உரிமை அளிக்கப்பட்டது. பூமிக்கு வந்தபின் மனம் மயங்கி மதிமயங்கி சனாதன தர்மம் காக்க மறந்ததனால் மாயை அவர்கள் உயிரை பறிக்கின்றாள். நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உயிரை கொடுத்தாலும் தர்மத்தை காப்போம் என்று உறுதி எடுத்தவர்க்கே சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம யோனிஜம் அளிக்கின்றேன் யான். உடல் பெற்ற பிறகு ஊழிப் பெருவலியால் ஆசை அச்சங்களை உதறவிடாது, உதறியும் விடாது சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்மம் காக்க மறந்தோரை உயிர் வாழத் தகுதியில்லாதவர் பட்டியலில் உடனடியாய் மாயை சேர்க்கின்றாள். அதனால் ராட்சசர்களும் அசுரர்களும் தானாகவே இவர்கள் உயிரை எடுக்கின்றார். நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உயிரை கொடுத்தாலும் தர்மம் காப்போம் என்று நிற்பவர்க்கு நிலைத்திடும் வீரஸ்வர்க்கமும் கைலாச பதவியும் எக்காரணம் கொண்டும் தர்மம் காக்க மறந்த உத்தமோத்தம ஜனனமான சனாதன ஹிந்து ஜனனம் பெற்ற மக்களுக்கு இல்லை வேறு கதி. சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம மனித ஜனனம் உத்தமோத்தம மனித ஜனனம். உங்கள் உரிமை உலகில் அதிகம். உங்களுக்கு கடமையும் உலகில் பெரிது. தர்மம் காத்தாலே கடமை, தர்மம் காக்காதார்க்கு உயிர் வாழும் உரிமை இல்லை. நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உத்தமோத்தம பிறவியான சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம பிறவி எடுத்த எல்லோரும் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உங்கள் வாழ்வின் முதற்கடமை தர்மம் காத்தல். தர்மம் காக்க தர்மம் உங்களை காக்கும். சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்மம் காக்க மறந்திட்டால் வாழும் உரிமையை நீங்கள் இழந்து விடுகின்றீர்கள். அதற்கு மேல் வாழ்ந்தென்ன அழிந்தென்ன? பூமிக்கு பாரம் குறையட்டும் என்று அசுரர்களும் ராட்சதர்களும் உங்களை உண்டு தீர்க்கின்றார்கள். அதையும் மாயை கண்டு சும்மாவிருப்பாள். பிரபஞ்ச ரகசியத்தை, பிறவியின் ரகசியத்தை உலகிற்கெல்லாம் உத்தரமாய்ச் சொல்லிவிட்டேன். புரிந்து வாழ்வில் நடந்து உயிரை பத்திரமாய் பார்த்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். அன்னை சொல்லும் அருள் சத்தியம் இது. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
Let us look at Devi's words in English. Listen, Andajam, Yonijam, Jalajam, Bijam, like this in 4 types of births in 84 lakh yonis. In all these births, the most greatest birth of them all is the human birth. Even in that human birth, being born and toiled many times, after getting burnt and toiled in politics, in finance, in luxuries, in dharma, artha, kama, and those who decide of not wanting this earth, wanting only moksha, only those will have the Hindu dharma yonijam, the Sanatana Hindu dharma yonijam of being born to Hindu parents. Human birth is uttama, the best. Sanatana Hindu dharma human birth is uttamottama, the best of the best. Everyone who took this uttamottama birth has the responsibility of protecting the signs of living enlightenment and Sanatana Dharma. And also, they have the right of experiencing its benefits. This right was given to them because of their commitment given by them to do this responsibility. After coming to Bhuloka by getting mentally deluded and forgetting the Dharma of protecting Sanatana Dharma, Maya, she is taking away all their souls. Understand carefully. I am giving the Sanatana Hindu Dharma Yonijam only for those who gave the commitment of protecting Sanatana Dharma, even by giving their life. After getting the body because of painful deluge, not dropping fear and greed for those who forgot to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Maya, she will immediately add them all to the list of those who are not worthy of living. Therefore, Rakshasas and Asuras are automatically taking away their life. Understand. Therefore, Rakshasas and Asuras are automatically taking away their life. Understand properly for those who stand that even by giving their life, they will protect Dharma, will permanently have Virasvarga in Kailasa Padavi. For any reason, people who forgot to protect Dharma, having Uttamottama birth of Sanatana Hindu birth, there is no other way for them. Sanatana Hindu Dharma human birth is Uttamottama human birth. Your rights in this world are immense. Also, your responsibility in this world is large. Protecting Dharma is responsibility. Those who do not protect Dharma They do not have the right to live. Understand properly. All those who took the Uttamattama birth, which is Sanatana Hindu Dharma birth, all of you understand. The first responsibility of your life is protecting Dharma. If you protect Dharma, Dharma will protect you. If you forget to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, you lose the right of living. After that, what bothers whether you live or get destroyed? Asuras and Rakshasas will eat you, so that the burden on earth is reduced. Seeing that Maya, she will keep quiet. So let us look at what Devi has revealed and how it is manifesting in our world. And she revealed, if you Hindus forget to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, you lose the right of living. And as we know, unfortunately, during this pandemic, an overwhelming majority of Hindus, 94% live in one country, India. And this is the largest population of Hindus outside of India is in Nepal, which is 2% of the population. And 90% of Hindus are in India, and it is one of the worst countries hit by COVID-19. And unfortunately, this is not a coincidence. And in the New York Times, it was reported that the actual figures of people who are affected by COVID-19 in India is much higher than what is reported, with more than half of the Indian population infected with COVID-19 in a worst case scenario. So nearly 700 million people could be infected with COVID-19 in India, with 4.2 million estimated deaths. This is a worst case scenario, but if this is the case, the number of deaths in India alone surpassed the entire world count of deaths worldwide due to COVID-19. And this is possibly what is happening in India right now. And again, the New York Times has reported that nearly half the Indian population, so 136 crore or 1.36 billion people live in India, and nearly 70 crore or 700 million people could be possibly infected with COVID-19. So let us listen to Devi Parashakti's revelations on Kirimi Bhojanam Hell opened in India.
நீ சொல்லும் நபர்கள் போடும் சண்டை சச்சரவெல்லாம் எரியும் பெருநெருப்பில் இருக்கும் இரண்டு எலிகள் போடும் சண்டை போன்றது. யார் சரி யார் தவறென்பது இப்பொழுது முக்கியம் அல்ல. உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், எல்லோரும் நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். நன்மையைச் சொல்லுகின்றேன், உண்மையைச் சொல்லுகின்றேன். இந்திய நாட்டில் இருக்கும் மக்கள் எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். கருட புராணத்தில் வியாசன் சொன்ன கிருமி போஜனம் என்னும் நரகம் திறந்து நேரடியாய் இந்தியா மீது இடிபோல் விழுகின்றது. ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு ஓடிச் சென்று வருமுன் காத்துக்கொள்வது மட்டுமே ஒரே வழி. கொரோனா பெருந்தொற்று கொள்ளை நோய் கிருமி போஜனம் எனும் நரகத்தை பூமிக்கு கொண்டு வந்து விட்டது. அகோர தாண்டவத்தின் ஆட்டம் யாராலும் அடக்க முடியாத அளவிற்கு ஆரம்பித்து விட்டது. புதிதாய் உருக்கொண்டிருக்கும் இந்த நுண்ணுயிரி மைல்கள் கடந்தும் காற்றினில் உயிரோடு இருந்து மற்ற உயிர்களையும் அழித்து உடல்களை தின்னும். பெரும் வலிவு கொண்ட பேரசுரர்களாய் வலம் வரத் துவங்கி விடுகின்றது. நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். வருமுன் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், அது ஒன்றே வழி. அதற்காகவே ஆதி கைலாசத்தை திறந்து வைத்திருக்கின்றேன். உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ள வேண்டி விரும்பும் எல்லோரும் ஓடுங்கள் ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு. இந்தியாவில்தான் இந்த நரகம் திறந்து உலகெங்கும் பரவப் போகின்றது. கிருமி போஜன நரகம் பூமிக்கு வந்துவிட்டது. மனிதர்கள் செய்த மகா கொடுமைகளினால். அன்னை முன்னின்று என் அடியவரை காப்பேன் சொல்வதை கேட்டு உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புவோர் வருமுன் காப்பது ஒன்றே வழி என்று தெரிந்து செல்லுங்கள் ஆதி கையிலைக்கு. ஓம் ஓம்.
So let's look at Baby Parashakti's birth map into English. Everyone in India, all of you listen. The hell of Kirimi Bhojanam that was mentioned by Vyasa in the Garuda Puranam has opened and is directly falling on India as thunder. Running to Adi Kailasa and protecting from it is the only way. Deadly corona, life-taking disease has brought the hell known as Kirimi Bhojanam to India. The dance of the Agora Tandava, which no one could control, has started. This microorganism that has formed will be alive in the air for miles together, destroying other souls. They will eat bodies. It has started roaming as great demons with tremendous strength. Understand properly, prevention is the only way. For that, I have opened Adi Kailasa for those who want to save their lives. All of you run to Adi Kailasa. Only in India this hell is going to open and is going to spread to the whole world. This Kirimi Bhojanam hell has come to the earth because of the suffering done by humans. Mother, I will protect those at my feet, those who listen to me and wish to save their lives. Learning that prevention is the only way, go to Adi Kailasa. So let us look at the Kirimi Bhojanam, what exactly it is and where it is described in our sacred scriptures. The Kirimi Bhojanam is one of the 28 hells described in the Hindu scriptures. And this is where people are sent to suffer in a pit to be eaten up by worms. And this was described in the Garuda Purana and in the Devi Bhagavata Purana. And this was in the narrative on hell and the narrative on sins leading to hell, and in the Shiva Purana in chapter 16. And it was also described in the Skanda Purana. And sage Vyasa had described, "Oh, excellent sage, above the nether regions are the hells where the sinners are scorched. Listen to their description for me." They are Kaurava, Shukara, Radha, Tala, Vispat, Mahajvala, Taptakumbha, Lavana, Vilohita. The river Vaitarani consists of the Pushta flowing in the Kirmi Bhojana, the Asipravana, the Lala Bhaksha, are the terrible hells. And this was described in chapter 16, the upliftment from the hell, in the Uma Samhita, in the Shiva Purana. And the Supreme Concept of Hinduism reveals that only when the Supreme Concept of Hinduism will do the Padayatra in India will the pandemic and then Pralaya stop in India. Let us listen to that now.
ஓம் ஓம் விநாயகா ஸ்ரீகண்டா 2022 வரை இந்தியா செல்ல வேண்டாமா என்று கேட்கின்றாய். நன்றாய் தெரிந்து கொள், சொல்வதை புரிந்து கொள். இந்த பெருநரகமான கீழற்காக 2020 பாரதம் முழுவதும் 12 ஜோதிர்லிங்கமும் பாத யாத்திரை செய்திடவே என் மகன் மூலமாய் திட்டமிட்டிருந்தேன். படுபாவிகள் ஓடத்தின் மாலுமியை ஊர்விட்டு துரத்தினார்கள். என்ன நடக்கிறதென்று பார். முறையாக கைலாய நாட்டின் தலைவனாக நிறை மரியாதையொடு நல் மதிப்பொடு என் நிஜாவதாரம் நித்யானந்தன் திருவடி மீண்டும் பாரதத்தில் பட்டு பாத யாத்திரை செய்த பிறகு மட்டுமே நீ அங்கு செல்ல வேண்டும். அதுவரை உன்னை காத்து செல்லாதே.
And the translation of Devi Parashakti's revelations for this huge hell giving Bhojanam not to come to India. In 2020, I had planned to do the Padayatra throughout India in the 12 Jyotirlingas through my son Swamiji. They drove away the sailor of the ship. See what is happening properly as the leader of Kailasa nation, with complete respect, with good regard. When my Nijavatara Nityananda's feet touch on Bharata, and does the Padayatra only after this, you should go to India. Till then, protect yourself, do not go. So the Supreme Concept of Hinduism had created the Anandalingam as a protection from this pandemic. So let's listen to Devi Parashakti's revelations about this.
அடுத்த சில மாதங்களில் 1000 அல்ல, லட்சம் அல்ல, கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். இந்திய நாட்டினில் கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். உண்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன், நன்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன். தேடிக்கொள்ளுங்கள் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கைக்கு பாதுகாப்பை. ஆதி கைலாசத்தை நிர்வகிக்கும் அன்பர்களே, நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். 12 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக வரப்போகும் இந்த மாபெரும் பிரளயத்தை தெரிந்து கொண்டு உலகில் இருக்கும் எல்லா ஔஷத சக்திகளையும் ஒன்றாய் திரட்டி நவபாஷாணத்து நிறுத்தி ஆனந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் ஸ்தாபித்து வைத்தேன். வருகின்ற குரு பூர்ணிமையோடு 12 ஆண்டுகள் அந்த ஞான ரசவாதம் பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து முழுமையான நவபாஷாண லிங்கமாய் மலர்ந்து விடுகின்றது. வருகின்ற குரு பௌர்ணமியில் இருந்து வருகின்ற எல்லோரும் அங்கு வந்து நவபாஷாண தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடிச் செல்ல அனுமதியுங்கள். அதற்கு வகை செய்யும் விதத்திலே நல்ல முறையிலே எல்லா நன்மையும் செய்து வையுங்கள். இந்த தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடியோர்க்கும் அந்த தீர்த்தத்தை அருந்தியோர்க்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று வராது, மரணம் இல்லை, துக்கம் இல்லை. இது அறிவியல் பூர்வமாய் அனுபவபூர்வமாய் நிரூபிக்கப்படும். அதனால் கோடிக்கணக்கில் மக்கள் வரிசையில் நின்று தினந்தோறும் வந்து நவபாஷாணத்தாலான ஆனந்த லிங்கத்தில் நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தில் நீராடி வணங்கி நன்மை பெற்றுச் செல்வார்கள். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள் மக்களே. 12 ஆண்டுகள் முன்பாக பராசக்தி நான் செய்து வைத்த நவபாஷாணம் சித்தித்து உங்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் நல் பாதுகாப்பும் உண்டு, நல்லதும் உண்டு. என்னை இழந்தாலும் என்னை நீங்கள் மறுத்தாலும் உங்களை நான் காப்பேன். அஞ்சாதீர்கள். பெருங்கருணை பேரருளால் நான் செய்து வைத்த கப்பலை உபயோகித்து இந்த ஆழிப் பிரளயத்தின் பெருங்கூத்து ஊழிக் கூத்திலிருந்து உங்களை காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். உண்மையை சொல்லிவிட்டேன், நன்மையை சொல்லிவிட்டேன். பிராயஷ்சித்தம் வேண்டுமென்றும் காப்பாற்ற வேண்டுமென்றும் கதறிய பக்தர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் பெருங்கருணையினால் தீர்வை தந்து விட்டேன். அன்பர்களே, பக்தர்களே, சீடர்களே, என் சொல் கேட்கும் நேர்மையான தொண்டர்களே, புயல் என புறப்படுங்கள் ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு. தேவையானதெல்லாம் உடனடியாய்ச் செய்து வரப்போகும் மக்களுக்கெல்லாம் அன்னதானம் செய்து அவர்கள் நல்லபடி வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடி நவபாஷாண மருந்தையே விருந்தாய்க்கொண்டு நோயிலிருந்து தற்காப்பும் பெற்று உயிர்காப்பும் பெற்று நல்லபடியாய் வாழ்ந்திட தேவையான சேவைகளை செய்யுங்கள். இதுதான் உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் பிராயஷ்சித்தம். நித்யானந்தன் வடிவு தாங்கி நிஜாவதாரமாய் நான் இந்திய நாட்டில் வந்தபொழுது என்னை வைத்து வாழாத பெருங்குற்றத்திற்கு பிராயஷ்சித்தம் இதுவே உங்களுக்கு. இதை யாவது செய்து, இது ஒன்றையாவது செய்து உங்களையும் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், நாட்டையும் காத்திடுங்கள். கோடிகளில் உயிர்கள் போகப் போகின்றது என்பதை நேரில் காண்பீர்கள். கண்ட பிறகுதான் நான் சொல்லும் வார்த்தையின் சத்தியமும் உண்மையும் உங்களுக்கு புரியப் போகின்றது. அழிவதற்கு முன்வந்து நவபாஷாண மருந்தை விருந்தாய்ப் பெற்று மரணத்திலிருந்து உங்களை காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். மக்களே, இது ஒன்றே வழி. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். பெருங்கருணை பேரருளால் அன்னை பராசக்தி அருளினேன் சத்தியத்தை. இந்த ஒரு சத்தியத்தை உடனடியாய் புரிந்து கொண்டு உங்களுக்கும் உலகத்துக்கும் நன்மை செய்து கொள்ளுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்து நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தின் எல்லைக்குள் ஆருக்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று தீண்டாது. இந்த சத்தியத்தை அனுபவபூர்வமாகவும் அறிவியற்பூர்வமாகவும் முழுமையாக நீங்கள் புரிந்து கொள்வீர்கள். இது நிரூபணமாகும். அன்னை பராசக்தி 12 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக உள்ள ஞான ஔஷத சக்திகள் அனைத்தையும் பிரம்மாண்ட யோனி ஹிரண்ய கர்ப்பத்திலிருந்து கொண்டு வந்து உருவாக்கி வைத்த நவபாஷாண லிங்கம் இன்று பிரளயத்திலிருந்து காக்கும் பெரும் கப்பலாய் உங்களுக்கு ஊதாவும். என இழந்தாலும் நான் செய்து வைத்த இந்த ரசவாத ஞானத்தின் துணை இழக்காமல் உங்களை நீங்களே காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். இது ஒன்றே வழி. மக்களே, இது ஒன்றே வழி. ஓம் 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 ஓம்.
Look at what Devi revealed in English. Even if children do mistakes in ignorance by getting stuck in Maya, as it is Parashakti, Paramashakti, Parashodasi, Manonmani, my responsibility to save the cosmos from destruction. I am telling some of the truth. Listen properly. Within the next few months, not in thousands or lakhs, lives will be lost in crores. Crores of lives will be lost in India. I am telling you the truth. I am telling you the good. Search for protection for your life. And here you can see that as they be revealed, many bodies have been found in Ganga. And many bodies have been found uncovered and dead. These dead bodies have been eaten by dogs that have gathered and feasted on the remains. And while India is reeling under a massive second wave of COVID-19, the pandemic, the number of deaths also increased, such that the situation in crematoriums and burial grounds are packed to capacity. And unfortunately, because of this, many people are not able to properly cremate their loved ones. And literally, dead bodies are burning in the streets. The streets are literally becoming crematoriums. And hundreds of dead bodies have been found dumped in the Ganga, and these bodies have been washed further down and could be eaten by stray dogs, and these bodies are said to be affected by COVID-19. And as Devi has revealed again and again, protect yourself during this pandemic. Continuously, Devi has been telling us to make protecting our lives as the first priority. That is the only priority this year. So continuously, Devi has been guiding us, blessing us, and literally holding our hand through this pandemic, giving us solutions and understanding. Devi has literally been with us through this whole pralaya. So if you would like to show your gratitude for Devi's happening in your life, for all of the blessings that you've received, you can stay tuned for the next segment. For now, we will be concluding this segment and taking a very short break. We will be right back with the offerings that we can do Devi Parashakti shortly.
Nityanandam, welcome back to all the viewers. Now let us take a few quick moments and we'll begin the offerings to Devi Parashakti. I requested those slides can be projected now. I hope each and every one of you has been enjoying today's program and you have been understanding the various different powerful cognitions of Devi Parashakti, and you have been understanding, finding out more and more about who is Devi Parashakti and what her revelations have been for the last 4 months, as Devi Parashakti has been literally guiding us, blessing each and every one of us, hand-holding us, taking care and attending each and every one of us, and giving us so many boons, granting whatever we want, and revealing our past, present, and future, and so much more. So now let us enter into the next segment we have today, which is the offerings to Devi Parashakti. Let's get started. The offerings are all about gratitude in our life. And this might be a completely new concept for each and every one of you, or for some of you who might not know, but who always wanted to express this one quality that goes beyond all emotions, gratitude. And an offering is only out of pure love and gratitude. And often we misunderstand, misconstrue what is gratitude and what is pure love, what is compassion. we actually cannot cognize these divine emotions and these divine sentiments just with our pure logic. It goes beyond logic, and it goes into a mere factor of surrender towards existence and the universe as a whole, surrendering, being in oneness and experiencing that divine sacred space. Actually, there's a beautiful story which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had narrated in the book called Guaranteed Solutions on the chapter from discontentment to gratitude. And the story goes that all of the scientists of the world and God were researching about how to do different research and development. And they saw that whatever God had made, whether it is a machine or whether it is plants and animals, whatever it is, the scientists were able to reproduce that just from their own knowledge. And they were trying to argue and throw a challenge at God that they could reproduce anything that God can produce. And so in order to reciprocate this, God simply out of his own dust made man. And the scientists began to do the same. They started to collect all the dust that was at the feet of God. But then he said, wait, no, use your dust, not my dust. As you can see, often we forget that existence is the one who is taking care of everything for us. And gratitude is our natural disposition. It's our natural tendency. But we move away from that over the course of so much of pain, grievances over our lifetime. And we don't feel gratitude for even the basic things, even our very life. And these offerings are an expression of pure gratitude and manifesting, cherishing gratitude within inside of us. Because in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, we recognize that gratitude is the utmost emotion that you can feel, and that should be cherished more so than any other emotion, more so than love itself. That is why we have this beautiful science of ritualistic sevas and of worship. And in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the rituals have supreme significance. We always acknowledge first in all offerings that cosmic energy exists. That is the first declaration that we make upon making an offering. And then we recognize the Nityanandeshwara, Nityanandeshwari, Devi Paramashiva and PARASHAKTI, and the Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, are representations of that very cosmic energy. And then we recognize that whatever we offer during these rituals to the representations reaches that cosmic energy directly. And finally, the most important, whenever we pray, we always declare Sohamasmi, that even when we pray, we are God. Such a beautiful sacred sentiment that in fact the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself mandated that and guided that before we are doing any puja or any ritual, these declarations are made in any ritual that is done from the Nityanandeshwara Parameshwara Devalaya. And having made this declaration is an important aspect of why we are making offerings, ultimately to experience oneness with the divine and express the highest of bodily emotions, which is gratitude. So if you are watching this right now, understand that there's no coincidence, and you can take part of this grand Leela of the Avatar through these offerings and simply offer your gratitude in order to attain the ultimate purpose of enlightenment. Now, before entering into the next segment, the segment of all of the different offerings, we have so many, we have 9 different offerings that you can do, and each one has so much of significance, profound significance, that you can talk about on and on and on, and understand the significance, the context behind it, the sacred sentiment, and literally swim in that pool of pure knowledge. Before we are entering into that segment in today's program, Let us now chant the Dhyana Shloka of Devi Manonmani. Indunivabeda karavahni nayanam syat pankajavaravaya japaksha sarayuktam angahimabhushana vichitravasanam syat tungamakutojvala manonmani swarupam. Yes. Now, the English translation, for those of you who might not understand Sanskrit, which is most of us actually. Moon-like face, holding the Vedas on hand, fire in eyes, with lotus flower, gracing and blessing hands, and one hand with the Japamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments and wonderful clothes and shining bright crown. Her name is Manonmani. And once again, this is from the Moola Agama, one of the very sacred scriptures of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Yes, now let's chant the next Dhyana Shloka. If you can chant along with me. If you want to, you can simply just sit in a space of receptivity while we are chanting these mantras, and any of these mantras that we are going to be chanting in the following segment as we are going on. Dhyaye devim trinetram shashini bhavadanam vedahastam dadanam Savye padmam varadam aparijavayam chakshamalam Divyeravaranair vibhushitatanam brahmadi vipujitam Devimeva manunmanim pratidanam kamatra datrim shubham. Yes. The next slide, please. And the English translation now. I meditate on Devi with 3 eyes glowing like the moon and holding the Veda, lotus and gracing and blessing and gracing hand. She is wearing beautiful ornaments and she is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. Yes. So now, having invoked and invited the presence of Devi PARASHAKTI, let us enter into more and more of the context of today's offerings. Now we'll be peeling layer by layer of the different significance, this different sacred sentiments for these offerings and what you will be able to cherish in your life. Seems like we've gone to the last slide. Can we zoom back? So let us first understand the significance of the element gold. Gold, as we know it in our day and age, among normal human beings in society, as it is normally, has social value and it has economic value. The economic value might be the fact that it is, in fact, the precious metal. It has a lot of money value, currency value, which is associated with it, and it is just worth a lot of money when it comes down to it. And the social value, it always gives value in our relationship. For example, on Mother's Day, on Father's Day, on different birthdays, we always offer gold gifts. And that's because we use it to give social value. And even there is the gold medal and the golden trophy. All of these are the highest pedestal that we use gold to symbolize. And we use it in gifts, we use it in our relationships. It has, in this way, a social value. Gold has a social value, but often we do not understand the sacred value behind gold, its divine qualities. In fact, if we go to the previous slide, there is a verse from the Atharva Veda, and this verse shows us that the Vedic rishis understood the sacred value of gold, its virtuous powers, and its properties that can literally make you transcend from man to superhuman. And that's why we considered gold as a divine element. We recognize it for its spiritual qualities of transferring enlightenment energy and energy. And we also understood that gold should be distributed across everything and everyone. That's why gold is present in all the scriptures, Agamas, Vedas, Shrutis. the Smritis, the Itihasas and Puranas, and also everything was built in gold and exchanged in gold, and even ritual fees were offered in gold bricks. When one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. And gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. And kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold. And horses and cows, elephants, all of the different animals in our society living within our civilization were revered as embodiments of the divine and also dressed and adorned in gold. And as you see, the Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. In fact, the Indus River was called the Hiranyamaya, or the river of gold, in the Rig Veda, and the river Saraswati was called the Hiranyavartani in the Atharva Veda. So gold is a supreme element that has spiritual value, not just social or economic value. And temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold because it preserves the enlightenment energy forever. And literally it lasts for thousands of years. In fact, even the gold which was offered while Meenakshi Devi, the incarnation of Devi PARASHAKTI, Queen Meenakshi, and the sovereign divine ruler of the Hindu civilization, while she was in the body, still today, those jewels are offered to Devi PARASHAKTI in her deity form, and they are still used and revered as sacred. So whatever you offer today, these different elements of gold is basically immortalized forever. And that is the ultimate significance of the verse that we had just understood from the Atharva Veda, that it has eternal and eternal properties and has so much that can last for so long, so much of power that can last so long. Yes. So now we have understood what is the significance behind gold. Now let's understand the E-Hundi, the first offering, which is the E-Hundi offering. And we're going to go into the array of offerings that we have for you to be able to do today. So here we have a verse from the Lalita Sahasranama that I'll now be chanting. Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha, Shambhavi Sharadaradya, Sharvani Sharmadayini. The English translation says, Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion and she removes all fears. Yes. So this offering is the offering of true devotion. And once again, gratitude in our life. Another beautiful story that Swamiji had told in the book Guaranteed Solutions, from the chapter From Content to Gratitude. He said that one day a husband was going to shop for his wife for different vegetables, and he carefully went and picked out the lady's finger and brought it home. His wife said, no, these are too thick. I cannot do anything with these. This is not for the dish that I want. So then the next day he went back. He then carefully chose all of the vegetables that she would want as for what he thought. And then he went back. But then she again said, no, these are not good at all. These are too long for the dish that I have planned today. And then the husband again went back. Then he asked the shopkeeper, can you please pick out the vegetables that my wife wants? I'm not able to do it for her. And then again, the shopkeeper himself gives the best quality vegetables, and the husband goes back to his wife, and she then says, why have you bought the same vegetables again and again for the last 3 days? We understand that our mind is never contented. Only if we choose that we should be contented in our lives, only then we can be contented. But if we constantly choose discontentment, not being satisfied, then honestly, nobody can help us. Nobody can raise us how we want to be raised. What we can do is be in a state of gratitude and be in a state of devotion in our life. And Devi PARASHAKTI out of her grace, her compassion has literally manifested through the supreme font of Hinduism and is completely every single day giving each and every one of us the revelations of the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, revealing the past, present, and future, granting us boons, healing us. And for this, for just making herself available, each and every one of us, especially Hindus and especially Kailashians, should be forever grateful and understanding that Devi PARASHAKTI will simply give without asking for anything in return. If there's any fear in our minds, Devi PARASHAKTI is sure to remove that fear. And it is stated actually that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. Here it is not meant the autumn of our lives, but when thoughts turn more and more inward, the role of the divine is known and understood clearly, and the need of Devi PARASHAKTI becomes stronger. And it's at this time that if we worship Devi PARASHAKTI, we can simply be rid of all of our fears and live in a space of gratitude. This is something, an offering that you can make very easily. And at the end of this segment, we'll be going over how you can make the exact payment if you're wondering, and if you have any questions about it. So stay tuned until the end of the segment for any of these offerings. Yes, now let's go on. Now, next we have the Sankalpa chanting. The Sankalpa chanting is another very profound a very profound offering. And the Sankalpa is actually a mantra that is offered before any ritual. And it's in fact an offering in itself. It can be removed from the offerings, from any of the offerings, and offered by itself as a way to manifest what you want into reality. And there's a beautiful verse here from Devi Mahatmyam, chapter 12, verse 34, which I'll now be chanting. Sayetam, sorry, if we can go back. Yep. Sayetam mohate vishvam shaiva vishvam prasuyate saya chitta cha vijanam tushta rudim prayajati. And the English translation says, the goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. That God is being prayed without interest in anything, gives the knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. The Devi Mahatmyam is a glorification. It's literally a chapter upon chapter of the glories of the goddess. And in it, it says so many different times that Devi PARASHAKTI gives without being asked for anything, without any conditions, and without interest or vested interest in what she wants from you. There's nothing like that. Devi PARASHAKTI is a cosmic feminine energy which literally flows. And there can be no question of her asking for anything in return or her having any conditions for your love or your gratitude. Simply, she is flowing as the entire existence itself. She enchants this entire universe, as this verse says, and she is the one whom you can pray, and simply your wishes, your sankalpa will be granted. And not only this, the science behind prayer is very much known in even scientific research and many researches that have been going on. The science of sacred Sanskrit chants has been researched and developed in several different thought currents in several different fields, especially in trying to understand the quantum physics and trying to understand more and more about our universe and the reality of our universe. Scientists are still yet to grasp it, but Vedic rishis understood that there was a huge significance behind creating space, the creation of space, the chanting of these powerful vibrations, and doing the chanting and making a conscious resolution inside of us. And offering this sankalpa, the conscious resolution, blesses the person with the fruition of the desires and the wishes which you are yearning for. Yes, we can go on now. We can go on. The next offering we have is the Sahasranama Kastu. And in the Lalita Sahasranama, we actually see the verse where Devi Parashakti is described as Nama Parayana Prita, as you can see here. And this next offering is the offering of 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. It's a very special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. You can offer a gold coin inscribed with each and every one of these 1008 names and receive the blessings to have the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, all the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti. Yes, we can go on. Then the next offering is the Mukta Anguti, or the finger ring with a pearl. And now let me chant the verse here about the finger ring with the pearl and the significance of pearl to Devi Parashakti. Mukta Haranala Satkirita Rushiram Purnendu Vakta Prabham Shinjhannu Purikinkini Manidharam Padma Prabhava Suram Sarvabhita Palapradam Girisutam Vani Rama Sevitam Meenakshim Pranatosmi Santatamaham Karunyavaram Nidim. And it says, I bow down to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and face shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of a lotus and who grants all wishes, a daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. Yes, so you can offer this finger ring with a pearl to the Devi Parashakti, who is the embodiment of compassion, the pearl being the symbol of compassion itself, and by her and you can receive the blessings of her compassion and pure love in all your business endeavors. Yes, the next offering is the Swarna Padma Pushpam, and we have the verse from the Kamikagama which says that all the kalashas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with new cloth. They should be adorned with a lotus flower made of gold. And there's so many different verses for the lotus flower, and there's so many different scriptures and references where it is used in the worship of the ultimate, and it involves the consecration of deities of worship. And not only that, it's also in all of the arts and architecture of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Because once again, whatever we considered as divine in Hindu civilization, we applied it in all different aspects. And the lotus, of course, is considered as a divine flower. In fact, the Shakti of Paramashiva is called as a lotus, and the base of the Paramashiva Linga is also considered as a lotus. So you can offer this golden lotus in any size which you wish and be blessed to have the state, space, powers, and being of Devi Parashakti in your inner space amidst any and every adverse situation in your life. The next offering we have is the Swarna Meti. And today the toe ring itself might have a lot of references in popular culture and might be used by modern day fashion models and so on and so forth. But this actual piece of jewelry has reference in the oldest scriptures and actually has, once again, sacred value, not just social value. In fact, here is a verse from the Saundarya Lahari, more than 2,000-year-old scripture of where it speaks on the Devi Parashakti, and it speaks on the power of her very toenails, why we adorn her toenails. And it says, Nakhadiditi samjana namajjana tamoguna padadvaya prabhajala parakrita saruruha. You whose brightness from toenails destroys the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. So once again, the very feet of Devi Parashakti can literally liberate you from so much of grief, suffering, anything that you are suffering from inside of you. And you can offer to the sacred feet of Devi Parashakti and be in the constant state of gratitude for receiving her blessings, even in the most difficult aspects of our lives. The next offering we have is the Swarna Mantika, the golden hairline jewelry. And the offering here is the offering of the hairline jewelry, and is referred where Devi Parashakti is described as Shuddha Sarvi Varshini, or she who makes the nectar flow in all of our nerves from the Sahasrara, she who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. The Mantika actually represents the nectar flowing from Sahasrara chakra, which is fully open. And you can offer the Mantika to the Devi and receive the blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and the space of complete completion. Now we have one of the most significant offerings, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. And this once again is the offering towards the divine lotus feet of Devi Parashakti, who is manifesting in the supreme font of Hinduism, who is literally Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa, the embodiment of all of the gods and goddesses. So it's such a special offering that you can do today, you can offer. And there are several different very special occasions for offering this Pratyaksha Pada Puja, which I invite each and every one of you to also get to know if you register for the program. And in just a few minutes, we'll be going over how exactly you can do that. The last offering we have today is the Vastra Seva. And the Vastra Seva is the offering of the sacred cloth, the Alankaram, to Devi Parashakti. You can offer the Alankaram to Devi Parashakti and receive all the auspiciousness and blessings of the supreme font of Hinduism. Yes. So here we have a summary of all of the different offerings that are available for you to offer today. The Ihundi offering, which you can make for any amount. The Sankalpa chanting, which is $1. The Devi Sahasranama Kasu, which has several different levels, as you can see here. And we also have the Mukta Anguti and the Swarna Padma Pushpa, which also have different levels. The Swarna Metti, the Swarna Mantika, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and the Vastra Seva. So you don't have to feel impossible in any way or form. You can make the offering which you feel is possible. And if you feel that you want to express your gratitude, you can offer today and ensure that you are expressing your gratitude towards Devi Parashakti, experiencing the ultimate oneness with Devi Parashakti. So yes, as I was saying before, you can register and keep yourself up to date with the future offerings that we have, the special occasions that are coming up, and you can get the help you want in manifesting any one of these offerings today by registering and making an intention for an offering at tiny.cc/bhavasamadhi. So if you go to this registration form, you'll be able to see the you'll be able to see this. And the next stage we have is the online payment. If you're ready to make a payment, if any one of these offerings kindled your seeking inside of you to experience that ultimate space, then you can go to tiny.cc/Devi-offering. And after the payment is done, you can go to tiny.cc/Sankalpa2021 and make sure that you are filling out this form after the payment is done, as it is a mandatory step in order for the puja to take place properly and your name be chanted during the puja. So yes, as you can see, this is the direct link to the tiny URL, tiny.cc/Devi-offering. If you go to that link, you'll go to this page, and you can see you can just select in the drop-down menu which offering you want to do, and then you can go to add to cart. Then you can select the offering that you'd like to make and review your cart, and then you can proceed to checkout. And once you've proceeded to checkout, then you can fill out your billing details and your payment details. You'll see the kind of payment types that are accepted through this payment gateway. And then you can go ahead and submit your payment. So as you can see, it's a very easy process to make an offering. You don't need to feel confused. You don't need to feel like you might not be tech savvy enough. You can simply make one of these offerings. It's just 3 clicks away to make an offering. And also, after you're making a payment, you have to make sure that you are going to Sankalpa 2021 form, and that is this form here and the link provided, and you can see it's just a very quick form where you're going to give your payment order number and your names and the names of your family members, which will be chanted during the puja. Yes, so very easy step. Now, we also have the Bhava Samadhi Darshan form, which I invite each and every one of you, regardless of if you can make a payment right now or not, to go ahead and fill out. If you are interested in making an offering, not now, but perhaps in the future, you want to do it, you want to manifest this in your life. I'm sure there's many of you who want to manifest an offering for perhaps a birthday or for a special occasion in your life, or for a new venture that you are starting to receive blessings of Devi PARASHAKTI. You can go ahead and make your intention with this form. Now, the last option that we have is the YouTube Super Chat. And in the YouTube Super Chat, you can make a donation. And as you can see here, you can go to Kailasa's SPH Nityananda YouTube channel, which is circled, and press join. Once you press join, you'll be led through the steps of how you can join. And then you can make a donation through the YouTube Super Chat. So you can go to the $ icon and see the chat. And as well, you can comment your questions or to Devi PARASHAKTI as well in this way. So you'll be able to see a $ where you can make a donation through the YouTube Super Chat, and you will press donate, and then you can either pay through credit card, debit card, or through PayPal. So there's another option here, which is PayPal. If you guys want that option where you want to pay through PayPal, this is also available to you in this way. So yes. Now, that brings us to the conclusion of this segment in today's program. And we'll now be moving on to the next segment. Yes, and each and every one of you, I hope that you have been enjoying and you enjoyed this previous segment on the various different offerings that you can make to Devi PARASHAKTI. Next, we'll be continuing the next segment in today's program, where the representatives from Adi Kailasa Sarvagya Peetham will be guiding us on how exactly the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been contributing and literally saving the lives of so many people across India, as the third wave of the pandemic is still literally plaguing the entire society. And through this quarantine, multi-layer quarantine opportunity, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has brought a practical solution for health, joy, and bliss, and this solution has also been recognized by the United Nations and has been published by the Human Rights Commission of the United Nations as well. So here we have Ma Dayami Swami, who has joined us. Thank you so much, Ma, and who will be sharing with us how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been contributing so much in the last couple of months.
Nityanandam, welcome back to this segment of Kailasa's multi-layered quarantine opportunity for India during COVID-19 as a practical solution resulting in health, joy, and bliss. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nityanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasya-dilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Yes. On the 31st May 2021, Devi Parashakti revealed a very important message, how the pandemic is going to do the krimi bhojanam, that means the eaten by the worms. So let's understand what Devi is saying. It is in Tamil, and we are going to present the transcript of this. Let's listen in her Devi's own words.
நீ சொல்லும் நபர்கள் போடும் சண்டை சச்சரவெல்லாம் எரியும் பெருநெருப்பில் இருக்கும் இரண்டு எலிகள் போடும் சண்டை போன்றது. யார் சரி யார் தவறு என்பது இப்பொழுது முக்கியம் அல்ல. உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், எல்லோரும் நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். நன்மையைச் சொல்லுகின்றேன், உண்மையைச் சொல்லுகின்றேன். இந்திய நாட்டில் இருக்கும் மக்கள் எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். கருட புராணத்தில் வியாசன் சொன்ன கிருமி போஜனம் என்னும் நரகம் திறந்து நேரடியாய் இந்தியா மீது இடிபோல் விழுகின்றது. ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு ஓடிச் சென்று வருமுன் காத்துக் கொள்வது மட்டுமே ஒரே வழி. கொரோனா பெருந்தொற்று கொள்ளை நோய் கிருமி போஜனம் எனும் நரகத்தை பூமிக்கு கொண்டு வந்து விட்டது. அகோர தாண்டவத்தின் ஆட்டம் யாராலும் அடக்க முடியாத அளவிற்கு ஆரம்பித்து விட்டது. புதிதாய் உருக்கொண்டிருக்கும் இந்த நுண்ணுயிரி மைல்கள் கடந்தும் காற்றினில் உயிரோடு இருந்து மற்ற உயிர்களையும் அழித்து உடல்களை தின்னும் பெரும் வலிவு கொண்ட பேரசுரர்களாய் வலம் வர துவங்கி விடுகின்றது. நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். வருமுன் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், அது ஒன்றே வழி. அதற்காகவே ஆதி கைலாசத்தை திறந்து வைத்திருக்கின்றேன். உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ள வேண்டி விரும்பும் எல்லோரும் ஓடுங்கள் ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு. இந்தியாவில்தான் இந்த நரகம் திறந்து உலகெங்கும் பரவப் போகின்றது. கிருமி போஜன நரகம் பூமிக்கு வந்துவிட்டது. மனிதர்கள் செய்த மகா கொடுமைகளினால். அன்னை முன்னின்று என் அடியவரை காப்பேன் சொல்வதை கேட்டு உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புவோர் வருமுன் காப்பது ஒன்றே வழி என்று தெரிந்து செல்லுங்கள் ஆதி கையிலைக்கு. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். நீ
Translation of this Devi Parashakti's Akashic readings is: everyone in India, all of you, listen. The hell of Krimi Bhojanam that was mentioned by Vyasa in Garuda Puranam has opened and is directly falling on India as thunder. Running to Adi Kailasa and protection by the preventive quarantine. From it is the only way. Deadly corona life-taking disease has brought the hell known as Krimi Bhojanam to earth. The dance of Aghora Thandava, which no one could control, has started. This microorganism that has formed will be alive in air for miles together. Destroying other souls, it will eat bodies. It has started roaming as great demons with a tremendous strength. Understand properly, prevention is the only way. For that, I have opened Adi Kailasa. For those who want to save their lives, all of you run to Adi Kailasa. Only in India, this hell is going to open and is going to spread to the whole world. The Krimi Bhojanam hell has come to the earth because of the sufferings done by the humans. Mother, I will protect those at my feet, those who listen to me and wish to save their lives, learning that prevention is the only way. Go to Adi Kailasa. The Krimi Bhojanamu or Krimi Bhojana is one of the 28 hells described in Hindu scriptures, where people are sent to suffer in a pit to be eaten up by worms. The scriptural references for this is in Garuda Puranam, Cosmology of Hell and the Nether Regions, in Devi Bhagavata Purana, chapter 21 on the narrative of hells, chapter 22 on the narrative of the saints leading to hells, and the Shiva Purana, chapter 16, Uplift from the Hell, section 5, and the Skanda Purana, that is chapter 12, Redemption from Hells, chapter 2, Merit of Visiting Setu, chapter 30 is the Glory of the Nishkoti. The Brahmanda Purana, chapter 20, Hells in Nether Regions, and chapter 106, Sufferings in Hell. The Padma Purana, chapter 48, section on the nether world. The various statistics of across the world. According to the statistics, the total deaths reached to over 3 million and the total confirmed cases about 140 million. And the various statistics you can see now. The recent news is COVID is airborne. Scientists say now authorities think so too. Scientists are calling for ventilation systems to be overhauled like public water supplies were in the 1800s after fetid pipes were found to harbor cholera. A quiet revolution has permeated global health circles. Authorities have come to accept what many researchers have agreed for over a year. The coronavirus can spread through the air. The new acceptance by the World Health Organization and US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention comes to a concrete implications. Scientists are calling for ventilation systems to be overhauled like public water supplies were in the 1800s after fetid pipes were found to harbor cholera. The cleaner indoors air won't just fight the pandemic. It will minimize the risk of catching flu and other respiratory infections that cost the US more than $50 billion a year. Researchers said in a study in the journal Science on Friday, avoiding these germs and their associated sickness and productivity losses would therefore offset the cost of upgrading ventilation and filtration in buildings. And the SARS-CoV-2 virus can travel on very small particles that disperse quickly outdoors, but can build up inside. Indoors, these particles can affect people who stay more than 6 feet away. and the hotspurs of mass Americans have adopted may provide some COVID protection, but they do not render an unsafe situation safe. Though scientists have been discussing airborne transmission for months, it was only last week that the World Health Organization and the CDC made this official. With the vaccine rollout still in its early days across the world, those officials should follow up this belated admission with guidance that unvaccinated people can use to minimize their risk. According to the Mint, the airborne COVID threat is confirmed. What can we do about it? The Hindu explains, is airborne transmission of COVID-19 a risk? In a letter, what have scientists told the World Health Organization? How does the disease pass from one person to another? The story so far is on Monday, July 6th, 239 scientists from 32 countries put their signatures on an open letter that said COVID-19 is also transmitted via aerosols. Titled, "It is time to address airborne transmission of COVID-19." An address to the World Health Organization, WHO, they said there was enough evidence to show that viruses are released during exhalation, talking, and coughing as micro droplets small enough to remain aloft and pose a risk of exposure at distances beyond 1 to 2 meters from someone who is infected over 3 to 6 feet. Recommended for physical distancing between people to avoid transmission. You can see more and more statistics, the confirmed cases, active cases. You can see across the India states statistics. More statistics from Mumbai and Karnataka, Maharashtra, and Tamil Nadu, various states, and Maharashtra, various states. You can see the statistics. And home quarantine is not possible in India. Statement made by the Indian government. Home quarantine is a prime reason for large number of deaths in Assam. Himanta Biswa Sharma, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma said that home quarantine is one prime reason for a large number of deaths during the second wave of COVID-19 in Assam. And recently, Assam witnessed 92 deaths on a single day, highest single day deaths in a state. Sharma also said, "We have seen more death cases are happening from home isolation as several people do not keep oximeters and some do not read the counts in the meter properly." The Economic Times, it says, Maharashtra government recently announced the decision to stop home quarantine in 18 districts, which show a higher COVID positivity rate than the state's average. State Public Health Minister Rajesh Tope said that the decision is taken to ensure better healthcare facilities to patients in districts which are showing higher positivity rate. About 41% of the houses have just a single room, which is shared by 5 people. And why home quarantine is impossible for the majority of Indians? According to the Business Line, about 41% households in India have just one room or don't have an exclusive living room, and about 5 people share such accommodations. About 32% of households have 2 rooms, and adding to the O's is the fact that only 47% of households have access to water within the premises, and 42% don't have bathing facility within the premises. Self-isolation for COVID-19 is impossible for 40% of Indian families. In order to utilize India's healthcare infrastructure optimally to manage the expanding fallout of coronavirus, the central government on 27th of April signaled a change in approach. From mandating that every person who tests positive for the virus be moved to isolation beds in dedicated hospitals or units, the government allowed home quarantine for those with mild symptoms. The key additional condition was that their house should allow for self-quarantining. That in India, it's easier than done. According to the census of 2011, about 42% of Indian households were living in houses where an average 3 or more people were sharing a room. In the context of coronavirus, this challenge of physical distancing is greater in rural areas, about 45% of households, than in urban areas, that is about 35% of households. Only one state, Kerala, is looking relatively dignified at this metric, and all the districts reporting at least 250 cases have anywhere between 34% to 54% household, averaging 3 or more to a room. So, where is the space for home quarantine in cities? In New Delhi, the health ministry last week said that more cases of coronavirus had been asymptomatic or mildly symptomatic and had advised home isolation for such people. It also said that 65% cases across the country were reported from the metros and big cities. However, census data suggests, and experts also agree, that following the ministry's guidelines on home quarantine is near impossible, particularly in urban households. The guidelines on home quarantine say the person showing COVID-19 symptoms have to remain isolated in a well-ventilated room, preferably with an attached toilet. If another family member needs to stay in the same room, it is advisable to maintain a distance of at least 1 meter between the two, it is stated. So when the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its doors to all without exception. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals that at least 6 months back, I became aware that multi-layer quarantine is needed to protect people. If you are in India and you want to protect your immediate family or extended family, anyone who will listen to you, get them immediately to our campuses. The free COVID care centers opened across India are Adi Kailas in Bidadi, Bangalore, and Salem Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Tirunnamalai Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Rajapalam Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Puduvai Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Pattanam Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Srirangapadi Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Sripuram Adinam in Hyderabad, Madurai Adinam in Tamil Nadu, and Avattipalam Adinam, Erode, Tamil Nadu, Huzur Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Baroda Adinam in Gujarat. Kailasa rushes to help as India finds itself on the verge of the COVID-19 third wave. So the multiple free COVID care centers opened across India to protect one and all, and various social services offered during the pandemic in Nityananda Adhinams across India, and spiritual services offered during pandemic across the ecosystems across the India, and cosmic revelations on global pandemic. The free social services offered during the pandemic across India are the Kailasa's de facto spiritual centers, which includes, but not limited to, medical care, which is allopathy, Ayurvedic and Siddha medicine, 5 set safety equipment maintenance, infrastructure to accommodate thousands, accommodation for multi-layered quarantine, emergency ambulances and ICU on wheels, groceries collected for Annadan and organic farming. So join Kailasa's COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa Now let us see glimpses from Adi Kailasa's Department of Health on COVID protection for Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham. The immunity boosters and COVID care supplements procurement. Allopathic immune boosters are Zincona, vitamin D, and vitamin C. Through Ayurvedic medicine, immunity boosters are being provided to protect all the residents of Adi Kailasa. The immunity boosters and COVID care, the streaming once a day with tulsi, eucalyptus and nochi and turmeric leaves from the healing trees here in the Adi Kailasa. Twice a week, consumption of Kabasura Kundanir, a mixture of pepper, ginger and clove and other ingredients, extensively aimed for boosting the lungs, improving the respiratory system and treating infection conditions such as cough, cold and fever. Neelavembu Kundini to be taken once a week. Agastya Lehyam 5 days. Talisadi Vatakam 3 to 4 tablets per day for 5 days. Indugunta Kathayam, Amrutottara Kashayam both for 5 days. 1 teaspoon with 50 ml of warm water. Sudarshana Gulika once every 5 days. Gargling with salt and turmeric twice a day. Spiritual routine, Panchakriya, Haritaki, castor oil, neem juice, Pratama Vinyasa Krama, that is Nitya Yoga, Trinetra Kumbhaka and Puja. Basic sanitation and safety practices which are implemented here in Adi Kailasa are disposable of soil pads, infected material and non-biodegradables done through incineration, RO water systems for drinking water, cleansing and sanitization of overhead tanks, regular DVDing, maintenance and repair of electrical circuits, communication facilities for safety of the residents, compost pit filling with biodegradables. Diagnosis, COVID care, quarantine methodology. Immediately upon arrival to the campus, occupants will be quarantined for 15 days. Swab test of RT-PCR test done to be done on day 5th of the quarantine. All food handlers to be wearing a mask and gloves and keeping a distance. Disposable of waste food to be done with gloves and mask. The disposal of gloves and mask by incineration. In case of an emergency, protective kits ready to at hand to take a COVID positive patient to hospital. Hand washing and infection control. Washing hands as often thoroughly with soap and water or with alcohol-based hand sanitizer. Avoid sharing any items, that is, example, dishes, drinking glasses, cups, eating utensils, towels, bedding, or other items with other residents in the Adhinam. And mask protection. Wear a mask at all times when and if exposed to vendors or outside people. Double-layer cotton mask should be changed every day after 24 hours and can be reused after washing with a detergent and sun-dried. If it gets wet by saliva, secretions or sweat, change it and wear a dry mask. The wet mass can be stored in a sealed plastic cover and washed with the detergent and reused later. You can see the picture here. The face shield. A face shield will be provided as an extra protective wear for people at the gate interacting with the vendors and outsiders. Use of hand sanitizer, hand washing, regular steaming, taking of preventive kashayams, that means the herbal drinks, turmeric, salt water goggling, and bathing with washing of clothes with history of any exposure. If symptoms appear, cough, fever, difficulty in breathing, he or she immediately inform the medical person in charge immediately. The quarantine rules includes the first line of quarantine, people in the first circle who are in contact with the vendors, the area of stay confined to the outermost area where the communication with the outside is happening with the vendor side. Stay in a well-ventilated single room, preferably with an attached separate toilet. A person should not come into contact with the inmates of Adhinam, especially elderly people, pregnant women, children, and persons with no comorbidities, that is hypertension, diabetics, heart problems, asthma, etc. Restrict his or her movement within the area or room, first line of quarantine. All parcels received at the gate to be sanitized, spraying with disinfectant. This regarding the delivery of packages. All deliveries will be contactless delivery. Wearing of face coverings and hand gloves are mandatory if contactless delivery is not an option or requires the delivery to be left in a protected and isolated place. The outer packaging of the item or product will be disposed before it enters the Adhinam. Packages will be quarantined before being delivered. All the delivery bags, boxes, and containers will be thrown away after transferring the items in their respective places. The surfaces of the package will be cleaned with a simple disinfectant and left to dry. All handling and packaging will be thoroughly washed with a soap and water and or antibacterial solution frequently. All mail and packaged products, non-perishable, will be left outside for 24 hours before using them. Disinfection, the sodium hypochlorite, that is bleach or chloride, will be used 1 teaspoon of bleaching powder in 3 cups, that is alcohol at 70 to 90%, will also be used for surface disinfection. Clothes will be washed separately with detergent and dried. Sharing of items is strictly prohibited. This prevents the spread of the virus. Fever continues for more than 5 days. The warning signs includes fever returns in the 2nd week after having been febrile for a day or 2. Fever more than 101 Fahrenheit after day 4. Resting heart rate of over 110 when there is no activity happening. Breathlessness, tightness in the chest. Oxygen saturation, which is less than 94% on pulse oximeter, and the 6-minute walk test record the saturation rate before and after walking briskly for 6 minutes. If the saturation falls by more than 3%, it is not favorable, and less than 94% is not good too. Relentless cough, that is continuous coughing. You can see the in-campus ambulance. You can see the ambulance on wheels. Prevention is the best medicine. People who come in as newly will be given a separate room with toilet facility. Under no circumstances will they exit the room. Their designated quarantine person picks up the food after the person who serves the food is at a safe distance of 6 feet. The food will be placed outside the door. Monitoring the quarantine. Monitor the temperature, pulse rate, and oxygen saturation levels once a day and more often if the person is symptomatic. Please speak with the medical team. Take paracetamol if temperature is more than 99% and ensure good hydration and having a nutritious diet. Steam inhalation twice daily. Salt and turmeric hot water gargling twice daily. Ayurvedic and Siddha medication will be given as per instructions. Doctor will be contacted if there is worsening of symptoms for specific management, which could be further consultation, investigations, and treatment. Residents will be asked to continue taking medications if they are on blood pressure, sugar, or heart elements, etc. Doctors will be consulted if comorbid conditions pose a higher risk. Residents on medication will be asked to bridge 2 months of supply till the Adhinam is able to organize the medications for them. Residents will be asked to take a long deep breath, pranayama, lie in the prone position on the tummy as much as possible so that the lungs expand well. If there are no symptom, the person will come out if quarantine after a total of 15 days. The test will not be repeated if clinically well. If there is a symptoms, a person will need to be requested and need medical opinion and necessary investigations and treatment. Common symptoms which will looked out for: fever, sore throat, fatigue or excess tiredness, cough, the mostly dry or wet cough in some, body aches, headaches, loose stools, vomiting, loss of sense of smell, a loss of sense of taste, exhaustion, giddiness, and fainting. Previous mentioned symptoms will be provided with immediate evaluation and hospital care. Early detection of these warning signs and identifying the timeline is very crucial for better outcome. This will be monitored very closely and is the most important thing that needs to be done. Identifying day one of symptoms is very crucial in the management with respect to monitoring the treatment protocols. Day one would be when the very first symptoms started. Investigate for further possible source of contact, and all the people who have come in close contact, that is 3 to 6 feet range, with the primary case in the last 3 days need to be isolated separately and monitored for symptoms as well. Infectivity starts 0 to 3 days before the onset of the symptoms, and the infected person shed the virus till 9 days. Any of the above symptoms in various combinations signal the possibility of COVID-19, even though the symptoms can happen with any viral infection. In a pandemic, it is to be considered as the possible diagnosis until proven otherwise. Rare presentations are known: rash on body, bluish discoloration of the fingers and toes, sudden onset of breathlessness, heart attack, strokes, paralysis of the limbs. Any suspect case should be immediately isolated. The RT-PCR test is to be asked for an asymptomatic people immediately. The contacts will monitor for symptoms and will get tested if any symptoms show up, else to wait for 5 days. If they continue to be asymptomatic, they can check their status thereafter. A negative report ensures they can move into the community. Only an assigned member will be tasked with taking care of the quarantined person. Use disposable gloves when cleaning the surfaces or handling any soil linen of individual. Washing of hands after removing the gloves. No visitor to be allowed in the vicinity of the quarantined person. In case of person being quarantined becomes asymptomatic, all the close contacts taking care will be quarantined for 15 days and followed up for an additional 15 days or till the report of such a case turns out negative on lab testing. Clean and disinfected frequently touched surfaces in the quarantined person's room, that is bed, frames, tables, etc. daily with bleach solution. Clean and disinfect toilet surfaces daily with regular household bleach solution, the phenolic disinfectants. Clean the clothes and other linen used by the person separately using common household disinfectant and dry. The Adinavasis coming into the Adinam must take the following medical tests. Results to be sent to Dr. Masantan Lakshmi, and the email address is projected. Results will be reviewed by the medical team at the ASJP, the Adi Kailasa Sarvagya Pita, female campus, Dr. Atmaniranjanamma and Dr. Santan Lakshmi and Machandra Vidya RN. The medical test, including the blood test of wide range with complete blood count with peripheral smear, blood group type, fasting and post-prandial blood sugar, renal function test, blood area and serum creatinine, VDRL, HbASG, HIV, thyroid function test, that is serum T3, T4, TSH, ECG, liver function test, and lipid profile test. Please get your RT-PCR test for COVID-19 taken 2 days before coming into the Adinam and send it to the previous mentioned email address to get clearance. The medical team will communicate to the admin of the respective Adinam with regards to the medical status and approved status. Once communicated, the person should come into the Adinam within 24 to 48 hours of the test. If there are any pre-existing medical issues like hypertension, diabetics, or any other chronic diseases and comorbid situation, please bring in the recent reports and the prescription from the attending doctor. A medical form will need to be filled in by all the new occupants. A legal disclaimer will also be required to be signed. All the people in quarantine will be monitored for temperature rise, oxygen status, and other symptoms during the period of quarantine. Anyone with symptoms should be reported immediately. The designated quarantine person will be responsible to monitor the pulse oximeter and temperature daily. The equipment should be sanitized after every use, and knowledge for the same will be given to the medical team. The report of these recordings will be reviewed by the medical team daily. During the quarantine period, certain Ayurvedic and Siddha preparations, streaming, saline, and a turmeric water gargle and other immune boosters will be given by the caregivers, which has to be followed strictly. After 15 days, they can be out of the quarantine, and please follow the basic guidelines of living in the Adinam, some of which are listed below. Smoking, drinking, drugs, substance abuse is strictly prohibited. Consumption of non-vegetarian food is strictly prohibited. Illicit sex is strictly prohibited. Please follow the basic etiquette like traditional Indian clothing, personal and environmental cleanliness and hygiene. The following measures below will help prevent in this spread of infections in the Adhinam, such as colds, flu, and stomach bugs, and protect the Adhinavasis. Make sure the workplace are clean and hygienic surfaces, that is desk, tables, and objects, that is telephones, keyboards, need to be wiped out with disinfectant regularly to prevent. Promote regular thorough hand washing by Adhinavasis. Please keep sanitizing hand rub dispensers in prominent places around the workplace. Make sure the dispensers are regularly refilled. Display posters promoting hand washing skills, the virus on your hands, and prevent the spread of the infection. Promote good respiratory hygiene in the workplace and display posters promoting respiratory hygiene, and good respiratory hygiene prevents the spread of the infection. Anyone with a mild cough or a low-grade fever, which is 37.3 Celsius or more, need to be monitored by health personnel with isolation even if symptoms are mild. They should wear ordinary surgical face masks rather than N95 face masks in their quarantine room. Medications such as paracetamol, acetaminophen, ibuprofen, or aspirin may mask symptoms of infection. Ensure the pre-order sufficient supplies and materials, including masks, tissues, and hand sanitizer for all people. Travel precautions. Travel outside of the Adhinam must be discussed with the medical department. No one is leave the premises without approval. Plan of actions. When someone is infected with COVID-19, the plan should cover putting the ill person in an area where they are isolated from others. Local health authorities will be notified. A medical team have a working relationship with a good hospital for any medical emergency. Please note down emergency contact numbers of the hospitals where you may have to shift people to. All the medical team members and the admins will have it with them for immediate in reference. Join the Kailasas COVID care protection centers and register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa-care. Now, we have seen the medical departments, the preventive measures in the Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham, one of the COVID care protection centers. Now, we'll also see the Kailasa's multi-layered quarantine opportunity for India during the COVID-19 as a practical solution for resulting in health, joy, and bliss. How the solutions are implemented across these protective centers and recognized by the United Nations. COVID-19, India reports the 41,195 new cases with 490 deaths in a just single day. The Akashic readings from Devi PARASHAKTI reveal it causing the mental distress. And State of the World reports confirming the same. Not only people dying in crores and mental retardedness, you will also see minds getting collapsed. Freedom from all this is suffering is the life of living enlightenment. First, prevent yourself from this deadly corona. Oh people, do the job of saving your life as first priority. Listen properly, people. The only way to protect yourself from this overflowing cosmic pralaya and from the demonic people who search for destruction for themselves and for others because of pralaya. Go to Adi Kailasa, getting shelter at the feet of Paramashiva. Save your life from corona and death. Academic crisis, mental collapse, and that is formed because of corona. Save yourself and move towards the living enlightenment. Move towards Paramashiva Paramporul, doing yoga and tapas, doing seva to all the devotees of Paramashiva. Live a good life. Just for that, I have opened the doors of Adi Kailasa for all those in the universe, not only human beings, as even Siddhas, Jnanis, and Yogis have come and are doing penance in Adi Kailasa. For everyone who come, goodness, prosperity, Jnanam, and Yogam will overflow. Do not have fear, bliss is there. Do not have worry, I will protect with goodness. Happiness is there, enlightenment is there. Do not have fear, bliss is there. I am solving sufferings. I am the Samaya Purattu Kannatal who comes and helps at the right time. And the mental distress is caused because of the pandemic. The unemployment rate predicted to reach 10%, and the unemployment, according to the treasury figures, the best but estimate show the rate would have been higher without the job keepers program. And the next reason is, along with the unemployment, the rising food world prices causing concerns among the people. The global food prices have rallied to multi-year highs, triggering by the COVID-19 pandemic related supply chain disruptions and soaring transport costs, the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, has said. The revelations on the Devi PARASHAKTI on 5th June 2021 about the concerns of the mental health across the world. And media articles also confirming the same on following the Devi revelations. Media articles according to the global news on 6th June 2021, psychiatric symptoms like depression, anxiety exhibited by the COVID-19 patients. According to a new study, neurological symptoms like depression and anxiety are also showing to be common in those who have contracted COVID-19. BMC Psychology, Impact of COVID-19 on the Mental Health of US College Students. Results indicate that students closer to graduating faced increases in anxiety, about 60.8%, feeling of loneliness, about 51.1%, and depression, about 59.8%, and many reported worries for the health of loved ones. The most impacted their mental health stated about 20.0%, and they need to take care of the family most affected current and future plans, about 31.8%. Almost one half of the students took to exercising and other remedies. The rates of anxiety and depression among the college students continue to soar, the researchers say. Researchers at the Dartmouth College who have tracked the moods and the behaviors are about 200 college students for 4 years say stress levels are at their highest. When they entered the school as a freshman in 2017, in the hopes of understanding how they behave, they have seen students' stress levels rise and fall, usually in tandem with the midterm and final exams. But since the onset of the coronavirus pandemic, rates of depression and anxiety have soared and have showed no signs of coming down, said the Andrew Campbell, a researcher and computer science professor. Coronavirus is a psychological trauma and PTSD event. Much has been said about the mental health crisis that is occurring related to the coronavirus pandemic, much of this information has focused on the all-consuming anxiety, panic, and fear that many are experiencing. While this is important and needs to be at the forefront of discussions, something that has not been discussed is the psychologically traumatic nature of what our nation and our world is experiencing. The increased prevalence of post-traumatic stress disorder is expected to emerge as a primary factor driving the growth of the global post-traumatic stress disorder therapeutics market over the period of assessment. The global stress disorder, the post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, therapeutics market, what it was in 2019 and what it's going to be in 2027, there is a raise in 11.91%. According to the CNN by the United Nations, there is a high prevalence of mental distress in countries across the globe due to the coronavirus pandemic. According to the United Nations and the World Health Organization, the impact of the pandemic on the people's mental health is already extremely concerning. World Health Organization Director General Tedros Adhanom said in a news release recently. It is now crystal clear that mental health needs must be treated as a core element of our response to and recovery from COVID-19 pandemic, Tedros added. And the solutions are: yoga greatly improves mental, spiritual, and physical health. People who practice yoga experience less anxiety, less depression, and fewer symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder. Yoga also improves well-being, including the increased gratitude, relatedness, and acceptance and centeredness, empowerment and self-esteem, compassion, self-awareness, and hope. Yoga can help us to manage the stress levels and self-regulate, an important tool in the current time. We are all equipped with the innate coping strategies for responding to stress, but sometimes our stress response can become out of balance. We are living in a world that regularly activates our sympathetic response, the body's way of responding to stress, sometimes called fight or flight. This is balanced by our parasympathetic response and the way our body helps us to rest and relax. Yoga can help us bring our parasympathetic response back online and allows us to find balance. Activating our parasympathetic response brings us into a more restful space and allows us to find calmness, connection, and compassion. The deep mindful breathing of yoga and meditation stimulates the vagus nerve, which activates the parasympathetic nervous system and supports the self-regulation and stress management. Yoga is now being used as an empirically based treatment, often in combination with other interventions which benefit for both physical and mental health. Many clinicians are recommending yoga as it may help support the effectiveness of the traditional treatment approaches. According to the Psychology Today, when we actively choose a tool of self-care, we better equip ourselves to survive and seek resilience in difficult circumstances. While this is but one tool, yoga offers the potential for connection and well-being, even in these challenging times. Spirituality benefits mental health. Research shows that individuals have better mental health if they belong to a particular community or have religious beliefs. Spirituality can help people in many ways. First and foremost, spirituality or religion can help people find meaning in their lives, which is instrumental in improving one's mental health. In addition to endowing meaning to your life, spirituality can perhaps help you to connect with your divine self. It has the potential to improve mental, physical, and emotional well-being as well. It has been a source of relief and comfort from various challenging issues for thousands of years. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nityananda Paramashivam, revelations on the 22nd May 2021 that Paramashiva is very clear. Focus on making your body alive. Life alive. Mind is obsessive, compulsive reaction. It is nothing but a bunch of unconscious reactions. Do not try to sympathize with the mind. Make your body and life alive. That is the only priority for all of you. I am talking to everyone who has a little love and sympathy for me. For all of you, take this as Guru walk. Make your body consciously strong, and gym will build muscles, make you look very nice in the outside, but only yoga and Ayurvedic lifestyle will make your body conscious. And just see all over the world, all the gym bodies are just dropping dead. Only yoga will make your internal organs strong and your ability to manifest consciousness strong. Let me give you the solution, Parashiva, to protect yourself from this whole pralaya, not just from corona. The amount of depression and mental suffering, the way the whole world is suffering, the kind of poverty happening, people losing job, income, having insecurity, comforts being lost, so much. Just make your life extremely strong. 3 years back, I said, keep yourself alive for next 3 years, somehow. I have enough evidence that 3 years back, I trained the whole Kailasa. First, the devotees in their own homes. Second, Kailasa was inside the Sangha, physically, mentally, psychologically, or consciously for a quarantine lifestyle. For being active without getting mentally broken by being in one place. Doing intense yoga, making the body and internal organs strong, taking bay leaf, neem juice, tulsi, haritaki, triphala churna, Ayurvedic lifestyle of less food and more energy, more activism. I only told it is for an important reason. Please wake up. Quarantine yourself, build your body. Don't bother about your business or any other profit or anything else. This year, if you're alive, that is the greatest profit. Now, United Nations recognizes Kailasa's report on COVID-19 and multilateralism. You can see the screenshots from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's Facebook page. You can see some more screenshots, and you can go ahead and download the link of www.oschr.org and read a full article by yourself. The report published on their website, www.oschr.org. The globalization of disease has led the world to be as resilient as the least resilient country and person, especially for highly contagious COVID-19, which has spread with a scale and severity not seen since Spanish flu. The variants of this virus, such as the Delta, Delta Plus, Epsilon, Gamma, continue to threaten even those vaccinated. Secondary diseases such as black fungus are targeting COVID patients and killing almost 1 in 2 persons in such cases. Human life is more precious and important than all economic principles or systems in totality, because all these concepts are legitimate only because of their utility value, which is to fundamentally make human life better. At least until this ongoing crisis ends, all economic policies related to money, banking, fixing prices of commodities, etc., need to be revised to make sure no human being suffers from hunger or the absence of required medical care. For this purpose, Kailasa has presented a detailed report on effective solution for COVID-19 on the through the multilateralism that was published by the United Nations on their website www.ohchr.org. The earlier reports recognized by the United Nations a report on the rights of indigenous women and girls and a report on femicide. And this is the third report on COVID-19 and multilateralism, a report submitted by the Adi Shaivat Minority Tradition ASMT Hindu Community Kailas Union. The report submitted in the month of June 2021 and recognized about over 2 weeks. So what are the key factors, key obstacles that are presented in this report are globalization of disease has led the world to be as resilient as the least resilient country and person, especially for highly contagious COVID-19, which has a spread with the scale and severity not seen since Spanish flu of the virus, of the variants of the virus, such as the Delta, Delta Plus, Epsilon, Gamma, continue to threaten even those vaccinated. The secondary diseases such as black fungus are targeting COVID patients and killing almost 1 in 2 persons in such cases. Second, distorted policy decisions and conflicting principles can lead to polarizations amongst nations and within, leading to various extremes such as the hoarding of vaccines in some places and the wastage of vaccines in others, and an unaddressed shortage of vaccines globally. The pandemic has exposed the fragility of the global system. The disruption in the supply chain is especially worrisome for essential food supplies, which disproportionately affects the already most vulnerable even more. Fourth, the lockdowns have brought the global economy into crisis, bringing recessions and worsening unemployment rates. Frequent lockdowns and the ongoing threat of famine, especially in countries where the employment is predominantly informal, are exacerbating worries that starvation may cause more suffering than the virus itself. Far from the SDG 2 zero hunger, the number is now predicted to come close to 1 billion. You can see the supporting documentation here projected on the screen. Solutions. What are the key solutions presented? First, revised economic principles or policies. Human life is more precious and important than all economic principles or systems in totality, because all these concepts are legitimate only because of their utility value, which is to fundamentally make human life better. At least until this ongoing crisis ends, all economic policies related to money, banking, fixing prices of commodities, etc., need to be revised to make sure no human being suffers from the hunger or the absence of required medical care. As per Hindu principles, the world is, including the economy, evolves through 5 phases: creation or growth, sustenance or stagnation, recession or revitalization, reinvention, breakthrough. As per Hinduism, conventional economic growth is observed when best practices are applied diligently. However, during the times of crisis led us to the fourth and fifth phases, wherein the need to reinvent and deliver a breakthrough becomes both a survival need and an opportunity to surpass any means and measures of conventional economic growth. According to the Keynesians, increased public expenditure during the Great Depression of 1929 improved the economy. However, the government never completely gave up trying to balance the budget, which resulted in it never spending enough to bring the economy out of recession until the Second World War. Similarly, the current crisis requires governments and to temporarily discard trying to balance the economic interests that compromise quarantine safety and put human life at risk, and rather reinvent their economic strategies and multilateral coordination for benefiting during the subsequent breakthrough period after the end of the crisis. The next solution presented is Hindu multilateralism. There is an immense inequality in the capacities of governments, organizations, and people in two groups. One, health response. Second, economic recovery. Surviving the highly contagious COVID-19, where the world is only as resilient as the least resilient country and person, that requires the government, organizations, and people to collectively address the crisis. From 3200 BCE, 56 nations in Asia had multilateral treaties based on the Hindu principle Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. That is, the entire world is my family. This is from Maha Upanishad, chapter 6, verse 71 to 73. You can see the supporting documentation here. The next solution presented is the provide sustainable community livings with the multi-layered quarantine. Home or self-quarantine is not a viable solution for a vast majority of people for either health safety or economic reasons. In Assam, home quarantine has been reported to be primary reason for a large number of deaths. In some places, governments have moved people out of home quarantine to COVID care centers. Other issues linked with quarantine, especially in small houses, are mental health problems, such as an increase in suicidal ideation, especially amongst the younger population. This requires a friendly quarantine setups which are self-sustained and sufficient in terms of food stock and supplies, recreation, employment, education, etc. In India, state governments have attempted to provide free and paid solutions which face various challenges related to hygiene, exorbitant pricing. Some facilities have seen challenges related to requests for private accommodation. Experimental townships such as Aravalli have demonstrated a fair amount of success in creating a friendly, safe, compliant quarantine facility. However, solutions such as Aravalli are not open to public. For 2 decades, the leader of the ASMT Hindu community, the Supreme of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannith, Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nityananda Paramashivam, had been creating townships like Aravalli across more than 100 cities in several countries. Most of these townships, such as the ASMT Monastery, India, Bangalore, have been open to offer multi-layer quarantine as a free public service with free food accommodation, free internet to work from home, and that is monastery. The ASMT community has seen a fair amount of success in these townships with 0 reported cases of COVID infection in the past 2 years and has already saved many lives. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nityananda Paramashivam, has urged citizens worldwide, especially from religious regions severely affected by the pandemic to protect themselves as their topmost priority and avail these free quarantine facilities that the community has created, especially as the home quarantine has failed for many and is known to be a primary reason for a large number of deaths in many scenarios. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nityananda Paramashivam, has emphasized the need and urged the government worldwide to provide food, safety, medical care, shelter, and all survival needs to all human beings under their care with absolute multi-layer quarantine until the coronavirus is eliminated from planet Earth, including all different strains of the disease. You can see the supporting documentation here. The next is educate citizens on individual pandemic management. Unlike various pandemics, the current era provides active, real-time visual information about the fatalities. Underreporting of this data may give a false hope, may make people reckless. Exaggerations in reporting can also make people reckless as they may feel eventual death due to a coronavirus is inevitable. Proper education is extremely crucial as it will dramatically reduce the number of deaths and reduce the challenge on the healthcare systems. Alcohol-related deaths have hit a record high during this pandemic, and long post-lockdown liquor lines are some extremely worrisome issues regarding which people need to be educated. As a top priority, people need to be given confidence in their life and security about their future for them to stop behaving recklessly or fall into depression and commit suicide. The next solution presented is leveraging the best of different economic systems based on the charity, barter, and money. Ancient Hindu economic treatise by Paramashiva, the primordial Hindu divinity, describe three kinds of economic systems and their principles. First, for things that do not perish by sharing, such as education and knowledge, Paramashiva recommends that no fee be charged. For survival needs, such as food and healthcare, barter and charity are recommended. And for all other infrastructure development works, services and commodities, gold and conventional currency-based transactions are allowed. These systems are still in practice in the modern day, but grossly overlooked and not sufficiently studied with their close relation to mainstream economics. The World Health Organization and the GISAID provided early access to data regarding the virus. This is an example of an open knowledge-based economic policy where the crucial data about the virus was not monetized. Similarly, South Korea helped the USA access masks and testing kits, and there was a hope that this would lead to a reciprocal arrangement in terms of vaccines, which is like a barter-based model allowed in food and healthcare. Next solution presented is Hindu policies for food security, a highly effective concept for ensuring food security in ancient Hindu nations was that of food grain banks. These were prevalent until the 18th century. The elderly in villages would start food grain banks with the seed capital of grains collected by fundraising. If any person met with a crisis such as the crop failure, the food grain bank would lend him grains in exchange for an interest. The compound interest was prohibited in grain banks. With the debtor was expected to return with the principal grain amount during the next harvest. The bank would expand its reserves of food grains based on interest earned and donations. At the time of severe crisis such as famine, and the entire village would be able to withdraw these grains. And if required, all such grain loans would be written off on humanitarian grounds. In Hindu temples, food is shared for free as a policy. This was the case in both ancient times and in modern times. For 27 years, every month, the Hindu ASMT community has served more than 3 million free organic meals, and in religious gatherings to everyone without discrimination, and has served over 1 billion free meals in total. Such private and public efforts are crucial to ease the threats of starvation, which is estimated to hit 1 billion people worldwide. Next solution presented is monitor global health. The crisis requires governments to take aggressive, proactive measures to monitoring health. Smartphone applications are being used by the governments that are based on the health color code system that categorize individuals into 3 color groups based on their health status and travel history, and then determine whether they need to be quarantined. You can see the supporting documentation here. Though there were privacy-related concerns associated with these approaches, some of these measures, such as daily reporting systems for accounting of newly suspected, diagnosed, and asymptomatic cases, number of deaths, and generating area-wide statistics, have played an important role in proactively responding to curb the spread of the disease, and are being considered for implementation by various countries. You can see the supporting documentation here. The next is the traditional medicine. In Hinduism, nature and planet Earth are respected as living divine mother energies capable of providing us with all our survival needs, food, medicines, etc. Though traditional medicines such as TCM and Ayurveda are effective in addressing COVID-related issues, a few years ago, a Nobel Prize was awarded for scientific work based on traditional medicine. The mainstream Western medicine has chosen to characterize Ayurveda as pseudoscience and TCM as unscientific. Such demeaning of traditional medicine systems have led nations to consider taking defensive unilateral decisions to protect their interest. Outright rejection of traditional medicine is not wise, and such policies should be revisited, especially as these medicine systems are time-tested and have kept people healthy for several generations. Kailas Union recommends governments worldwide to provide solutions like Kailas's Hindu medicinal care, which includes completely free of charge services such as Ayurveda, Yoga, Siddha, Western medicines, and multi-layered quarantine for complementing their ongoing public health efforts. Intellectual Treaty for Pandemic Preparedness. The international multilateral negotiations and treaties should consider the multilateralism based on the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that is, the entire world is my family. Second, the prioritizing importing education and individual pandemic management and giving hope to people. Third, the multilateral strategies and coordination for the pursuance of SDG 11, the sustainable cities and communities, with additional emphasis on multi-layered quarantine. The waiver of patents on extremely essential vaccines and common global funding of vaccines. Next is everyone should be provided access to traditional healthcare systems that is free from policies that are prejudicial and discriminatory towards these systems. The creation of food grain bank systems and other traditional economic systems as described in this report would help the most vulnerable people of the world protection without disrupting life and economy such that the effects of lockdown are unnoticeable. You can see the supporting documentation here. The sovereign order of Kailasa worldwide, inspired and guided by the vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to save lives, a one-of-a-kind humanitarian charitable service massively mobilized to provide protection and preventive COVID care in this testing time of global meltdown. Through the initiative, Kailasa has been consistently supporting people through free food banks, that is Annadanam, free medical care, and many more services. The impact of mental disorders and lack of spiritual strength during a humanitarian crisis are often difficult to access and inflict lasting damage. To assuage this, Kailasa is offering spiritual programs, temple events, and spiritual healing online. So Kailasa's recommendations on COVID-19 and multilateralism to be presented at the United Nations General Assembly and Human Rights Council. So Kailasa's report on recommendations on an international treaty on COVID got accepted and published by the United Nations. So join these COVID care protection centers, which is now recognized by the United Nations. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. A link again, https://kailasa, KAILASA.org/Kailasa care, KAILASACARE. We'll be resuming. We'll move on to the next session, next segment of this program after a very short break.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
श्रीनित्यनन्दार्थबन्धो भस्मलिप्ताङ्गगाङ्गेय कारुण्यसिन्धो श्रीनित्यनन्दार्थबन्धो भस्मलिप्ताङ्गगाङ्गेय कारुण्यसिन्धो श्रीनित्यनन्दार्थबन्धो रुद्राक्षधारिन् नमस्ते रौद्ररोगं हरत्वं परारेर्गुरोर्मे रुद्राक्षधारिन् नमस्ते रौद्ररोगं हरत्वं परारेर्गुरोर्मे राकेन्दुवक्त्रं भवन्तं माररूपं कुमारं भजे कामपूरं राकेन्दुवक्त्रं भवन्तं माररूपं कुमारं भजे कामपूरम् श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते गुरुनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते गुरुनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दार्थबन्धो घोरात् मङ्गलापाङ्गपादेन भङ्गात् स्वराणां मां पाहि रोगादघोरात् मङ्गलापाङ्गपादेन भङ्गात् स्वराणां कालाच्च दुष्पाककुलात् कालकालस्य सूनुं भजे क्रान्तसानुं कालाच्च दुष्पाककुलात् कालकालस्य सूनुं भजे क्रान्तसानुं श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते गुरुनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते गुरुनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दार्थबन्धो यस्य शिष्या ब्रह्मपुत्रा गिरौ यस्य सोपानभूता ब्रह्मादयो यस्य शिष्या ब्रह्मपुत्रा गिरौ यस्य सोपानभूता सैन्यं सुराक्ष्वापि सर्वे सामवेदादिगेयं भजे नित्यानन्दम् सैन्यं सुराक्ष्वापि सर्वे सामवेदादिगेयं भजे नित्यानन्दम् श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते गुरुनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते गुरुनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दार्थबन्धो काषाय संवीतगात्रं कामरोगादिसंहारि भिक्षान्नपात्रं काषाय संवीतगात्रं कामरोगादिसंहारि भिक्षान्नपात्रं कारुण्यसम्पूर्णनेत्रं शक्तिहस्तं पवित्रं भजे नित्यानन्दम् कारुण्यसम्पूर्णनेत्रं शक्तिहस्तं पवित्रं भजे नित्यानन्दम् श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते गुरुनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते गुरुनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दार्थबन्धो शैले वसन्तं साधु सङ्गस्य रोगान् सदा संहरन्तं श्रीनित्यशैले वसन्तं साधु सङ्गस्य रोगान् सदा संहरन्तम् ओंकारतत्त्वं वदन्तं शम्भुकर्णे हसन्तं भजेऽहं शिशुन्तं ओंकारतत्त्वं वदन्तं शम्भुकर्णे हसन्तं भजेऽहं शिशुन्तं श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते गुरु नित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते गुरु नित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दार्थबन्धो स्तोत्रं कृतं चित्रचित्रं दीक्षितानन्दरामेण सर्वार्थसिद्ध्यै स्तोत्रं कृतं चित्रचित्रं दीक्षितानन्दरामेण सर्वार्थसिद्ध्यै भक्त्या पठेत्यः प्रभाते देवदेव प्रसादात् लभेदाष्टसिद्धिं भक्त्या पठेत्यः प्रभाते देवदेव प्रसादात् लभेदाष्टसिद्धिं श्रीनित्यानन्दार्थबन्धो भस्मलिप्ताङ्गगाङ्गेय कारुण्यसिन्धो श्रीनित्यानन्दार्थबन्धो भस्मलिप्ताङ्गगाङ्गेय कारुण्यसिन्धो श्रीनित्यानन्दार्थबन्धो श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते गुरु नित्यानन्दा नमस्ते வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே சோனமலை வந்துதித்த நித்யானந்தனே சோனமலை வந்துதித்த நித்யானந்தனே ஒரு ஞான குரு ஆனவனே நித்யானந்தனே
ஜீவன் சிவனாக மாற்றி அபியாத்மனோடு சேர்த்து ஜீவன் சிவனாக மாற்றி அபியாத்மனோடு சேர்த்து ஆனந்தத்தின் எல்லை காட்டும் நித்யானந்தனே
நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே ஞானமெனும் ஆனந்த தீபம் ஏற்றியே ஞானமெனும் ஆனந்த தீபம் ஏற்றியே எங்கள் வாழ்வில் இன்ப ஜோதியான நித்யானந்தனே
அகந்தையற்ற காம குரோதம் அனைத்தும் இங்கு மாய்ந்து போக அகந்தையற்ற காம குரோதம் அனைத்தும் இங்கு
அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே. வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே, தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே. தாரணியின் அவல கோலம் நீக்குவதற்கே, தாரணியின் அவல கோலம் நீக்குவதற்கே, ஒரு தவத்தின் கோலம் பூண்டனையே நித்யானந்தனே.
நின் நாமந்தனை நாவிலேந்தி ஞான மார்க்கத்தினை பற்றி, நின் நாமந்தனை நாவிலேந்தி ஞான மார்க்கத்தினை பற்றி, வாழ்வில் பெரும் பேறு பெற்றோம் நித்யானந்தனே.
நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே, தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே. வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே, தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே. ஆனந்த கந்த வாசம் செய்யும் எம்மையே, இங்கு ஆட்சி செய்யும் ஆதிதேவன் நித்யானந்தனே.
ஆனந்தம் நித்யானந்தம் ஆரோக்கியம் பக்தி ஸ்புரணம், ஆனந்தம் நித்யானந்தம் ஆரோக்கியம் பக்தி ஸ்புரணத்தோடு தியான சிகிச்சை தந்த நித்யானந்தனே.
நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே, தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே. நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. அகமாகி ஜெகமாளும் ஆதிசக்தி நீ, நித்ய அவதாரமாய் வந்து வாழும் சக்தி நீ.
வல்வினைகள் வீட்டிடவே கொண்ட துயர் மாய்த்திடவே, வல்வினைகள் வீட்டிடவே கொண்ட துயர் மாய்த்திடவே, வாழ்வின் பொருளாக நின்ற நித்திய சக்தி நீ.
நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே, தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே. வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே, தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே. நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. ஞானபீட தாரகையாம் நித்யானந்தனே, எங்கள் வாழ்வில் சாரமானவனே நித்யானந்தனே.
ஞான கற்பிலே திளைத்து வாழ்வில் பற்றுதல் கடக்க, ஞான கருத்திலே திளைத்து வாழ்வில் பற்றுதல் கடக்க, தாளினையே பற்றுகின்றோம் நித்யானந்தனே.
நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே, தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே. வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே, தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே. நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே, தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே. வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே, தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே. நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, சாமி. நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, ஆனந்தானுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. வெள்ளிமலை கையிலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே, தங்கமலை அருளை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே. வெள்ளிமலை கையிலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே, தங்கமலை அருளை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே.
नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि परमशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all and respect. I welcome all the living, practicing Hindus, everyone sitting with us all over the world. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Listen. Conscious sovereignty not only brings you the freedom, it brings right purpose for your freedom. Not just health, right reason why you should be healthy. Not just wealth, right reason why you should be wealthy. Not just freedom, right reason what for you need freedom, what kind of freedom you need. Understand? Not just powers, what kind of powers you need for your fulfillment. Not just freedom, bringing the purpose for your freedom. Not just bliss, bringing the purpose for your existence. I tell you, the beauty of conscious sovereignty is the moment you hear this truth get initiated, your inner space expands to that level, you can never go back to the old past, same old personality or identity. You can never back to be same old. That is why that initiation is always called, Shakti Pada is always called, giving you second birth, rebirth. Initiated one who got the Shakti Pada is called Dvija, reborn. Because receive Shakti Pada, you can never go back to the same old existence, same old identity. Once in a while you can have mood swing, that's your freedom. But you can never go back to be the same person. Listen. The most beautiful, absolutely beautiful thing that can happen to life is constantly delete past, constantly upgrade yourself. The more and more you get into a space where you cannot go back to your past, the more and more you will find higher way of existing, higher form of existing. Listen. I have seen some of the most beautiful beings in my life. My own Guru, Arunagiri Yogeshwara himself. An extraordinarily beautiful and graceful. I have seen most graceful, beautiful beings in my life from all walks of life. My own Guru, Arunagiri Yogeshwara, Raghupati Yogi, Ram Surat Kumar, at least all these names I uttered, they are all not bound by certain responsibility or organization or organized living. But living inside the organization, very organized living, but very graceful beings I have seen. Srimad Swami Gautamananda ji. He is still alive. If you are in Chennai or Tamil Nadu, never miss having his darshan. He lives in Chennai, Mailapur, Ramakrishna Mat. Tiruchi Swami, Kailashashram. Of course, Tiruchi Swami is not in the body. He has attained Jiva Samadhi. Some of these beings, especially Srimad Swami Gautamananda ji, is within the organization. Very organized living. But I have seen him in close quarters. The kind of the conscious sovereignty he manifests. An absolute clarity. Extremely powerful understanding of Vedanta, highest truths. Unimaginable. Same way, Swami Kamalatmananda, he is still alive. He is the head of the Madurai Ramakrishna Mat. I had the fortune of sitting at his feet and learning. She radiates the grace of Shiva Bhakti. I have seen such wonderful people in my life who demonstrated, who proved that conscious sovereignty, manifesting it, living it is possible in all walks of life. In all walks of life. Whether you are a free living individual or living in an organization or even married and living with wife, a householder life, I have seen so many graceful people in my life radiating conscious sovereignty. Listen carefully. Some of the greatest revelations I received from my Guru, Arunagiri Yogeshwara. And when I started implementing it in my life, and when I started teaching, and when my disciples who are initiated by me, when they started implementing in their life, and when they came back and gave me the feedback, the right, wrong, good, bad, success, failure, compilation of all this knowledge, the essence of all this I am sharing with you all. So listen, understand. Three things I wanted to convey. Conscious sovereignty brings not just health for the way you want to live your life. Conscious sovereignty not just brings freedom, it brings freedom with a purpose. For example, when you are suffering with diabetes, eating sugar is not freedom, it is a suicide. You can't say, oh, can't I even have a freedom to eat sugar? People cry, saying, are they kept in prison? Don't they have the freedom to eat sugar? Hey, listen. When you are having diabetic, freedom to eat sugar is not freedom, it is suicide. Freedom to have the food for your health in a tasty way is freedom. Freedom to do what you want with the right purpose is freedom. See, realizing the right purpose of your life and having freedom to live it, progress towards it is freedom. I feel so happy when I see Soumya and her mother, both of them in the Hyderabad, when they come, religiously they will sit especially mother is elderly person, but even if you sleep, because now it's already 11 o'clock late night in India, but I have never seen her missing the satsang. Actually, this is freedom. Even some of the Adinavasis are not that regular. They try to crib, saying, "Oh, are we put in jail or what? Anytime the satsang, we will have to come and sit or what? 11 o'clock, are we not having freedom to sleep?" Hey, when there is a satsang going on, if you have all the infrastructure and you are freed from all other work or responsibility to attend the satsang, is the real freedom. So freedom with a purpose. Understand? Freedom for your purpose is the freedom. Health for your purpose is health. Wealth for your purpose is wealth. I tell you, last 3 years studying many different ideas about economy and many different countries' economy policies, how it is geopolitical centered, how it is the ideology like communism or socialism or capitalism centered, and how various countries function their economy. There are some countries which gives high interest for deposits. There are some countries which gives minus interest. Means they take money from you to keep your money. So all kinds of economies I studied. I wanted to tell you all few things. It is actually knowing your higher purpose, conscious sovereignty makes you really wealthy. I tell you, still planet Earth functions based on Varnashrama Dharma. Cosmos functions on Varnashrama Dharma. After studying so many countries' economical policies, how the economies are kept alive, to come up with a right economical policy closest to Veda-agamas. See, I wanted to implement the Veda-agamas as it is, map it as it is. So the closest possible structure on which I can map, so I can fine-tune the whole thing to focus as Paramashiva wanted, the whole Vedagamic civilization. So I have spent huge resources, energy, time, ultimately Paramashiva's blessings and samadhi and revelations he gives in samadhi. With everything I thoroughly analyzed, I came to the realization, planet Earth runs based on Varnashrama Dharma. Wherever Vaishyas exist with their Vaishya Dharma, that nations become wealthy. the economical intellectuals, their thought currents, and the ecosystem they want to nourish. I am studying the Japanese economical intellectuals and the ecosystem they are nourishing. The US economical intellectuals and the ecosystem they are nourishing. The Indian economical intellectuals and the ecosystem they are nourishing. All this I studied. Finally, I realized I could see clearly what exactly Paramashiva revealed in Vedas and Agamas and penned down in Dharmashastras. That exact Varnashrama Dharma is the most successful strategy for life. I was studying elaborately. I'll give you just understandings. This will be directly useful for your life. There are many countries which attract the investments which is not needed for them. Those investments become load on them, and then they try to lend with less interest rate just to rotate that money and keep that money circulating because they don't know what to do. And those loans become NPAs, non-performing assets, in 3 to 5 years. It's a vicious circle. They are caught in vicious circle, having wealth without purpose. The conscious sovereignty is not nourished. Listen. If the conscious sovereignty in you is nourished, you build muscles, not fat. You build strength, not load. Same way in your economic principles. I am not saying money is bad. Be very clear. Money is good when you have the purpose. If not, you will not know what to do with it. I have always seen how the Indian middle class people think, first let me become engineer, then I will think what I want to become in my life. By the time you become engineer, you are already a fool and you don't know what to do with your life. And you don't even, see, actually after completely dampening you with the dumbest ideas and all outdated machineries which can be seen only in museum. Only those machines you will see in your workshops when you study engineering. The great museum pieces. Only after all this is done, the certificate engineer is given to you. So by the time you absolutely develop the mentality of extremely non-involving and lazy, and your expectation, just because you are here, the society should serve you. That mentality is the source of all corruption you find anywhere in the world. Anywhere in the world. Listen carefully. Many times, just like Indian middle class mind thinks, oh, let me become first engineer, then I'll think what I want to become, what I want to do in my life. Same way, you guys think, let me first just acquire money, then I will do what I want to do with that money. No. First, have conscious sovereignty. The society has become such now, none of you are in poverty and none of you are going to die without food. The moment you found your basic needs, food, shelter, clothes, focus on conscious sovereignty, realizing the core purpose of your existence. That will tell you the purpose for which you want wealth. So when you start working for wealth itself, you will continue to fulfill the purpose. So your life itself will be a joy. Your path and goal will be one and the same. You will be enjoying the very path, not waiting for the goal to celebrate your life. The path itself becomes celebration. I tell you, person who made path itself as a celebration lives in eternal vacation. See, I live in eternal vacation. I work 24/7 and I live in eternal vacation. I work actually 24/7 in multiple dimensions, multiple time zones, not just horizontal time zones, vertical time zones also. Understand, especially if you are young. When I say young, connected with me below 30. If you have connected with me below 30, you are eternally young. I will never let you age. I don't like getting aged. I like getting matured, but I don't like getting old or getting aged. So I will not do anything to you which I don't like. I will keep you eternally young. If you met me before 30, you are blessed. This is the time to find conscious sovereignty. Focus on that. If you met me before 30, I make you 16 and keep you 16 ever. Listen. When you find the idea of conscious sovereignty, you will never do the stupidity of questioning your life. Oh, why can't I eat sugar? Eating sugar is not wrong. But when you have diabetes, eating sugar is suicidal. So you are not controlled saying don't take sugar. You are protected. With the understanding taking sugar is suicidal when you are diabetic. Even otherwise, taking sugar is not good for health. That is separate. I am telling you, listen. People think let me find wealth, then I'll decide what I want to do. Hey, by the time you find wealth, you abused you and built a wrong mental setup. When will you break that? Breaking that becomes a big headache. I tell you, with conscious sovereignty, if you find wealth, you will live in absolute aparigraha. I tell you. Listen, I have seen some of the most graceful beings demonstrating minimalist lifestyle, literally having the amount of wealth equivalent to kings. Whether Tiruchi Swami is the founder and head of the Kailasha Mahasamsthana in Bangalore, which has branches all over India. He built a beautiful Devi temple, which is literally now golden temple. The whole Garbhagriha, Vimanam is golden and Garbha Mandir is golden. He literally built a golden temple for Devi. And the amount of wealth around him and the minimalist life he lived. He had everything, including golden throne, crown, jewels, everything. He will sit in the golden throne, silver throne, on those timings when he is receiving the Pada Puja or when he is doing his responsibilities. But in his personal life, he will not take one more extra betel leaf from his own garden. He will not waste one betel leaf from his own garden. And he will not get the third set of dress for his personal room. I asked him once, Swami, it is all for you. Why can't we have the few more sets of dress? He told in Tamil, hey, Simmasanam, Koda, Sapparam, Samaram, Ella, Namakku Vela, Urima illa, Odama illa. Means the palki, all the umbrella, paraphernalia, throne, all that is our job, responsibility. Neither right means neither we are the owners, nor it is ours. Listen. When you find conscious sovereignty, you will have the ultimate clarity about wealth. Why wealth? And you will accumulate it with the right mental setup. Wealth will never bind you. It will only be under you. It can never imbalance you or delude you. Make you behave, think unscientifically. Listen. Wealth is one of the drug. Can make you think irrationally and unscientifically. When the greed for wealth enters, you commit crimes which will not allow end of the day for you to enjoy the wealth, even if you acquire. That's a funny thing. Listen, greed for wealth is nothing but unconscious lifestyle. The conscious sovereignty will make you realize purpose of everything, purpose of health, purpose of wealth. See, what is the purpose of my health? I should be able to sit in Padmasana for any number of hours I want to sit, and my brain should be fresh, alive, to download the Akashic records and radiate it, share it with you all. That's all is the purpose of my health. So because I know the purpose, I keep myself healthy for that purpose. Over. My purpose is my body should cooperate with me to be in samadhi continuously and sit and initiate people, teach people whenever I want to do. That's all. Because the purpose is clear, I keep myself healthy for that. Many times, people want to be healthy, they start building six-pack, gymming, bodybuilding, all that. But after a few days, that six-pack and muscles, bodybuilding, the showing, that becomes so important and addictive. People take the banned drugs, steroids, to look and lose health. Please understand, there are many people who build body so unconsciously without knowing the purpose, they lose the body itself in the process of building the body. See how many bodybuilders die. By taking the wrong drugs, steroids, to show. I tell you, same way, wealth. There are so many people unconsciously acquired wealth and don't know what to do. That load kills them. Our people around them exploit them, bind them, destroy their life, and life is lost. So in every level, conscious sovereignty is the first truth you should start experiencing. This should be your priority. Understand? Not just wealth, purpose of wealth. Not just health, purpose of health. Not just living unconsciously, purpose why you exist is the basic need for life. Listen. Delusion is suicidal. Delusion is suicidal. In every level, delusion is suicidal. I have seen people, the most graceful people, and I have also seen most stupid people. I have seen people not just talking something in the morning, talking something in the evening. Even in one conversation, the beginning they will talk some logic, and just in few statements they will completely opposite to the logic with which they started. I have seen sometimes people having one logic and talking for the other logic. I have seen that level lose. That kind of deluded people. Those are the moments I feel compassionate for myself. I feel really compassionate for myself. Anyhow, I think now everyone feels, is this me? Is this me? Is this me Swamiji is talking about? Is Swamiji thinking of me and telling this statement? Is Swamiji thinking of me and telling this statement? Anyhow, listen. I have seen all kinds of people. With my experience, I wanted you to know, time spent on understanding conscious sovereignty is the best time spent. Understand? Listen. Even manifesting powers manifest the right power for your purpose. Understand? The purpose you want to exist. I tell you, if you find the conscious sovereignty, you will just feel eternally young. See, finding conscious sovereignty is not some difficult. You just need to know the larger purpose of your existence. Just be scientific, logical, rational to your higher purpose, larger purpose. Stop the shitty idea of you have only one life. That is the biggest shit dumped on you. You have been brainwashed with unwashable shit called you have only one life. Drop that shit. Your consciousness, assuming bodies after bodies, till you achieve your absolute conscious sovereignty. These are fundamental cosmic truths. start looking at your life with these fundamental cosmic truths. Understand? Stop associating yourself with the delusion or the impact of drug called delusion on your brain as you. See, the impact of the delusion drug on your brain forms a fog called mind. You associate yourself with that and make your life's decisions, which is absolute unscientific. Listen. Absolute unscientific. Understand that. Just listen. Be scientifically scientific. Logically logical. Rationally rational. As I said just now, Tiruchi Swamigal or Swami Gautamanandaji, the wealth around them is much more than kings will have. But they lived such absolute minimalist lifestyle. Because they know the purpose of wealth. I learned exactly that from my gurus. Kings living minimalistic lifestyle is possible only in Hindu tradition. Because if you know the conscious sovereignty, you will know the minimalistic lifestyle is powerful. It's an absolute power. This whole Chaturmasya, I name it as conscious sovereignty Chaturmasya. Manifesting powers through conscious sovereignty. See, manifest the right powers. There are many powers you may not need. That may just become load on you. Manifest the right power. Especially manifest powers by breaking the prenatal patterns called karma and postnatal karma called patterns. Break them and manifest powers. You will know exactly what kind of powers you need. If you are addicted to foot pattern, break them, then you will see the Nirahara manifest as a power And not only you become healthy and you are free from addictions, you live long. Listen. If you are addicted to food patterns, I have a great news for you. Break those addictions through proper Nirahara Samyama step by step and manifest powers. You will see not only you become healthy, you will live long. Because anything which addicts you, binds you, that pattern shows you the secret key for the powers you need to manifest. If you are greedy, bound by greed, deluded by greed, doesn't want to take responsibility, but you want everything, start practicing minimalistic lifestyle. You will manifest so much wealth and you will enjoy the wealth, not wealth will be enjoying you. I tell you, many people just do watchman job, night watchman job without sleeping, protecting their wealth. So they are not using the wealth, wealth is using them. People who are not able to sleep due to their worries about wealth, they are not enjoying the wealth, wealth is enjoying them. Like first few days you enjoy, you smoke, then cigarette smokes you. Understand what I am trying to tell you. Many times your delusion shows bad people as your friend, good people as your enemies. The pressure of hormones, chemicals, frustrations inside you. Deludes you so badly. Conscious sovereignty is the only solution. Break from all postnatal, prenatal patterns. List all the prenatal, postnatal patterns and karmas binding you. Those patterns hold the secret key. What powers you should manifest and what kind of powers is right for you. I'll give you a few minutes. I'll give you Shaktipada and be here with you all to help you all to identify your patterns, break them, and manifest as powers. Let's start. First day. Conscious sovereignty, power manifestation process in this Chaturmasya. Get paper and pen, sit. Pen down all the patterns which chains you, binds you. Start writing.
அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமை கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் ஊரகிற்கு வந்தம்மை ஆட்கொள்ள தேவர்களை காத்திட வைத்தான் தாயாய் பேரருள் புரிய உடல் ரோமம் சிலிர்த்திட நித்யனாய் வந்து அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமை கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். கிளப்பி விட்டேனில் பர தத்துவம் கற்பித்த பாரம ஞானியாய் ஞானக்கண் கொடுத்த நமக்கே ரூபம் காட்டிய மாய வித்தை செய்யும் நித்யன் வித்தை கிளப்பி விட்டேனில் பர தத்துவம் கற்பித்த பாரம ஞானியாய் ஞானக்கண் கொடுத்த நமக்கே ரூபம் காட்டிய மாய வித்தை செய்யும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமை கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் பொருளான நித்யனை ஆழ்ந்து சிந்திக்க ஐயனின் ரூபம் விளங்கும் தாண்டும் சிவசக்தியாக ஐம்பொறிகளுக்கும் புலனாகின்ற நித்யன் பொருளான நித்யனை ஆழ்ந்து சிந்திக்க ஐயனின் ரூபம் விளங்கும் தாண்டும் சிவசக்தியாக ஐம்பொறிகளுக்கும் புலனாகின்ற நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமை கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். உள்ளும் புறமும் இருந்து உயிர் பக்குவமாக்கிடும் பரமனாம் நித்யன் ஞானப்பாடித்தங்கள் ஏழும் கொண்ட ஞானமும் ஆகியே ஆண்டிடும் நித்யன் உள்ளும் புறமும் இருந்து உயிர் பக்குவமாக்கிடும் பரமனாம் நித்யன் ஞானப்பாடித்தங்கள் ஏழும் கொண்ட ஞானமும் ஆகியே ஆண்டிடும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமை கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். வாக்கின அருள் கவிதைகள் நித்யனின் மகிமை சொல்லிடும் மகிமை அர்ப்பித்த பின்னே சிவசக்தி ஸ்வரூபமாய் தோன்றிடும் நித்யன் அப்த வாக்கியங்களான அருள் கவிதைகள் நித்யனின் மகிமை சொல்லிடும் மகிமை அர்ப்பித்த பின்னே சிவசக்தி ஸ்வரூபமாய் தோன்றிடும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமை கொண்டிட நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் சேத்திரம் தனிலே நித்தியன் உன்னத நீலை உலத்தில் வருமே விண்ணவர் மன்னவர் ஒப்ப அகிலம் ஆளும் கீர்த்தியுடைய ஈசன் நித்யானந்தன் புண்ணிய சேத்திரம் தனிலே நித்தியன் உன்னத நீலை உலத்தில் வருமே விண்ணவர் மன்னவர் ஒப்ப அகிலம் ஆளும் கீர்த்தியுடைய ஈசன் நித்யானந்தன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்து கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் உப்புரி நூலை தரித்தவன் ஐயன் வேதியன் வெந்நீர் பூசிய நித்யன் அண்டத்தின் மூலம் காரணன் முடிவற்ற ஆனந்தத்தை கொண்டற் கருள்வான் உப்புரி நூலை தரித்தவன் ஐயன் வேதியன் வெந்நீர் பூசிய நித்யன் அண்டத்தின் மூலம் காரணன் முடிவற்ற ஆனந்தத்தை கொண்டற் கருள்வான் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் பேரறிவு பொருள் நித்யன் உலகாளும் ஊரை மன்னவர் கழித்தவன் அர்த்தநாரீஸ்வரனாக அருள் செய்திட்டே எம்மை ஆட்கொண்டிடும் நித்யன் பேரறிவு பொருள் நித்யன் உலகாளும் ஊரை மன்னவர் கழித்தவன் அர்த்தநாரீஸ்வரனாக அருள் செய்திட்டே எம்மை ஆட்கொண்டிடும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் பிறவி பிறவியாய் தேவர்கள் பரம்பொருளான பரமனையை தேட ஈசன் பிறவாமல் அக்கொண்டு எம்மை ஒரு தத்துவம் தன்னை உரைத்திட நித்யனாய் பிறவி பிறவியாய் தேவர்கள் பரம்பொருளான பரமனையை தேட ஈசன் பிறவாமல் அக்கொண்டு எம்மை ஒரு தத்துவம் தன்னை உரைத்திட நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் வடிவமுடையவன் எண்ணும் எண்ணம் கடந்த முதற் பொருளானவன் பிறவி எடுத்தே சலிக்க அருள் தாகத்தை தீர்த்தன் வினைகள் களைந்தான் எண்ணில்லா வடிவமுடையவன் எண்ணும் எண்ணம் கடந்த முதற் பொருளானவன் பிறவி எடுத்தே சலிக்க அருள் தாகத்தை தீர்த்தன் வினைகள் களைந்தான் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் ஆனந்தமாய் என்னுள் நித்யன் புத்தி மார்க்கத்தை காட்டி வீட்டிருந்தருள்வான் மாலையன் காணாத சோதியன் தெளித்தேனாய் இனித்திட ஞானம் அருள்வான் ஆனந்தமாய் என்னுள் நித்யன் முக்தி மார்க்கத்தை காட்டி வீட்டிருந்தருள்வான் மாலையன் காணாத சோதியன் தெளித்தேனாய் இனித்திட ஞானம் அருள்வான் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் வெற்றி குதிரை எதியே அடியார்கள் கூரைகளை ஏற்கின்ற நித்யன் சூழும் உறவினரோடு வந்த பாசந்தானை யாரு தேயம்மை காப்பான் வெற்றி குதிரை எதியே அடியார்கள் கூரைகளை ஏற்கின்ற நித்யன் சூழும் உறவினரோடு வந்த பாசம் தானை யாரு தேயம்மை காப்பான் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நிற்கின்றார். நித்தியனை பற்றுவதொன்றே உபாயம் என்பதானால் பற்றி பிடித்தோம். நித்தியன் பாதம் ஒன்றி சதம் அவன் நாமம் சொல்லியே நித்யானந்தம் கொள்ளுவோம். நித்தியனை பற்றுவதொன்றே உபாயம் என்பதானால் பற்றி பிடித்தோம். நித்தியம் பாதம் ஒன்றி சதம் அவன் நாமம் சொல்லியே நித்யானந்தம் கொள்ளுவோம். அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தாள் புது எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்தியன் ஈரேழு லோகத்தில் கெட்டார். ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்தியனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறான். திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தார்.
நித்யானந்த நித்ய ஞான நித்யானந்த ஞான சிங்க நித்யானந்த நித்யானந்த நித்ய சிங்க நித்யானந்த நித்ய ஞான நித்யானந்த ஞான சிங்க நித்யானந்த நித்யானந்த நித்ய சிங்க நித்யானந்த நித்ய ஞான நித்யானந்த ஞான சிங்க நித்யானந்த நித்ய சிங்க நித்யானந்த நித்ய ஞான நித்யானந்த ஞான சிங்க நித்யானந்த நித்யானந்தனே நித்யானந்த சத்யவேதனே நித்யானந்த வேத ரூபனே நித்யானந்தனே நித்யானந்தனே நித்யானந்த சத்யவேதனே நித்யானந்த வேத ரூபனே நித்யானந்தனே.
Bless you all as a living, complete manifestation, as a living Purnavatara of Paramashiva, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, collective integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Paramadvaitam, Shuddhadvaita Saivam, the state, space, being, powers, superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss Nityananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढा श्रीमीनाक्षिसुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूपा परशिवपुत्ररत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्री
Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nityanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadushnam Tattamasyadi Lakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures: no photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions: please be aware of the important cautions. What is Pa manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagavan himself explaining what is Pa manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I added the ultimate powerfulness, Turiyatita, in your whole being and doing, manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift. Playing life. Playing with being alive.
Beautifully, Bhagavan explained what is power manifestation. Power manifestation is the cognitive shift, being alive, the superconscious breakthrough from what we understand as body and mind. And this is a science because millions have experienced it, and it is achievable, and it is possible for each one of us. The science of power manifestation, which is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. The Shastra Pramana, the scriptural references, the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, which are the Vedas and Agamas. Agamas are the Vedas is the pure science, and Agamas are the practical science. Apta Pramana, the experience and results of millions of Aptas, the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nainamas, Alvas, Siddhas, all of them are authority of Hinduism, who have manifested all the powers of Paramashiva. The science of power manifestation, first revealed by them, and which is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. The Atma Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation, Bhagavan's very own Leelas to showcase how a human can have a superconscious breakthrough. Shakshi Pramana, the experience of millions of devotee, disciple, followers all around the world, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. Bhagavan says beautifully, whoever comes to the Kailash courtyard, like how you go to a temple, he himself is present in the Kailash courtyard to make you manifest all the powers of Paramashiva, blessing you with all the auspiciousness and healing and abundance. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. The thoughtless space, Bhagavan beautifully says, everybody runs through so many tapas that they have to do to experience a glimpse of the peace, the thoughtless space. Not only the peace, not only the thoughtless space, but Bhagavan gives us the Shakti to manifest our own reality as an ultimate gift of Paramashiva. Now let's go to the Shastra Pramana. Shastra Pramana are the eternal, unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, Vedas and the Agamas. This is from Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Vijnana, consciousness, Bhairava, one who experiences consciousness, and Tantra, the method to experience beyond the mind as consciousness. Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Dharana 95, Sutra 120.
The Shastra Pramana for the power of consciousness over matter, silicon, is taken from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 120, Dharana 95. Kvachit vastuni vinyasya shanair drishtim nivartayet tajnanam chitta sahitam devi shunyalayo bhavet. Kvachid vastuni vinyasya shanair drishtim nivartayet tajnanam chitta sahitam devi shunyalayo bhavet.
Bhagavan Paramashiva says, having fixed one's eyes on a particular object, Vastu, and one should slowly withdraw the sight from the object as well as slowly eliminate the knowledge of the object along with the thought and impression of it. Then, O Devi, one abides in Sunya, the state where there is nothing other than this exist, which is the state of all-inclusiveness or infinity. Bhagavan Paramashiva beautifully puts in as how we can experience the infinity, the consciousness as infinity, the Paramashiva space as quantum infinity that we are, and manifest our all the desires into the reality. Bhagavan beautifully gives us the ultimate science when you withdraw from the object. If there is an object, rose, and withdraw from the object, what you perceive as rose, drop that. And the knowledge about the rose, that rose is beautiful, it has perfume, it has beautiful color, all that when we drop it. And then thoughts about the rose and the knowledge about the rose. Whatever we have, who we gave the first rose or who we got the first rose from, all that knowledge, everything when you drop, what else exists as a rose? The consciousness. That is something which is what is manifesting through you as reality even now. If you're breathing, if you're seeing, if you're here in the power manifestation session, you are consciousness happening right now as the reality. And in materialistic world, you are sitting for the power manifestation session. Bhagavan says, if you start recognizing your higher dimension, that you are consciousness and understand the object is also consciousness, you are simply connected to that and you can manifest and
manipulate in the way you want it, command over the reality. How we can experience that beautiful space of oneness is what is all about the power, science of power manifestation. Bhagavan gives a beautiful Apta Pramana. Apta Pramana are the rishis, munis, ganas, nayanamas, alvas, siddhas who have manifested all these powers. Ramanuja, who believed Dvaita, the bhakti, how he lived as the ultimate bhakta. One day, this is for the power of consciousness over matter, Apta Pramana. One day, the Mughal king had taken away all the deities and he had stored in her place, and he has taken Ramanuja's deity also. And when Ramanuja goes and pleads to him to give back the deity, he says, you call for the deity, and if the deity comes, you can take him. And he calls him Chella Pillai. In Tamil, it means, dear my son. And when he calls, physically, the deity starts walking towards him and comes to Ramanuja. The ultimate space of oneness that Ramanuja experienced, the ultimate space is the space how Bhagavan says conscious sovereignty as your reality. He could really start relating to that matter as consciousness. That is all requires how we can experience all that which exists as matter as consciousness. We become consciousness. The conscious sovereignty is looking everything in the conscious perception rather than the perception of just the materialistic world. The more we understand that, what does it do to in our life? The more we are out of the delusion, we are not pained by it. The struggles that we go through, the impossibility that we go through, and all that we have the pain points simply dissolve, and only auspiciousness and abundance starts flowing in us. The science, that's the greatest science. Bhagavan says India was the most richest place before the Britishers came, because everybody believed that was the science they could live as reality. Rather than go to work, they go to the Paramashiva space and experience the oneness and manifest all the wealth they want and all the auspicious. Bhagavan beautifully here explains about his experience with Arunagiri Yogeshwara, how he experienced the oneness for the first time, that Suddha Advaita as his reality. Bhagavan beautifully explains in the Atma Pramana.
On the surface and so deep in the being, using that powerful eyes, he was looking into me. Of course, that is too much. So naturally, sleep disappears. I'll describe the scene. The next word is Sami. That's the way he used to call me, because that is the way my whole family used to address. I had hundreds of names given and self-given. And it continues even now. But most used name is this Swami. Even my mother used to call me as Swami only. From the time I remember me, I never heard any other word from my mother. Even as a baby, as a child, I always heard only she calling me, addressing me as a Swami. Never I have heard from her the name my parents have given. It's only Swami. So, Arunagiri Yogeshwara uttered the word Swami. The moment he called Swami, I just sat up and the eye and eyes got locked. His eyes and my eyes got locked. He raised the right hand with a gesture. Are you able to raise your hand? So the meaning is, are you able to do what you want? It was not verbal. It was like a show. So naturally, I responded. Means I moved my hand and showed, yes, I can. Suddenly, Onuda. It just clicked, and I started laughing. He started laughing, laughing. Both of us were laughing for 10 minutes. Understand? I'll tell you exactly what happened in me. When you have a consciousness which can command and execute something that is one with ultimate, so you are ultimate. I know now with this theory there will be 100 questions, doubts you may have. All that we can digest, grind, burn next. But the first click, he's right. The first click was so powerful. The words uttered were only 2 words. Swami. Then he showed through the gestures. Are you able to move the right hand? So I responded in the same way, gestures, not words. Yes, I can move. What is there? So just when this gesture question answer was going on, I could understand very clearly what he is trying to convey. If you have a consciousness which can command and make the matter, body is matter, make the matter obey, listen, you are carrying, which is ultimate. You are the consciousness which is ultimate. Like something hit on my forehead. It was such an ecstasy, blossoming, flowering.
Beautifully, Bhagavan explained how he experienced oneness with Paramashiva and how he experienced the consciousness as reality. Each one of us can experience the ultimate science through the science of our manifestation. Bhagavan has given this very science for us to understand how to go beyond this body and matter to the consciousness as our reality. Now, if we have the Jnananjan, let's take the Jnananjan. You can apply on the coconut or apply on your third eye and your temples. All the detox that Bhagavan has given, the Aushadas, the Vibhuti and the Kumkum, or the turmeric that you apply in your command center, this part of your brain, simply detox and clears it so much that you get ready for the receiving the Guru. All this he is doing again and again, asking us to prepare ourselves. When he comes, he gives all the darshans and diksha and initiation. At that very moment, we are so elated and excited and everything looks perfect. But after some time, it just drops and just leaves us. That's not our fault, but the frequency that we are not able to hold it. The Guru only sees that how much are we ready for experiencing and holding that space. And continuously he initiates to see if somebody can hold that, and just for few seconds and extended seconds we can be enlightened. The Bhagavan says just for 3 to 4 seconds we can have a satori or power manifestation. But if we are in that 21 seconds, we can just become enlightened. 21 seconds. Yes, the thoughtless space, complete peace and complete surrender into Bhagavan's lotus feet. We can experience the ultimate, Bhagavan says. All this great science is given to us again and again. That is why the power manifestation has a purpose where we can experience as our reality when we manifest as Shakti, not just the Sunya, but he has added one more level for us to experience as Shakti, as manifestation, where you become the command over reality. So you become solidified into the consciousness, conscious sovereignty as your reality. Now, let's get into the meditation. We are going to have the coconut or object on your hand. You can keep it or you can keep it on other's hand. If you're comfortable doing the coconut rolling on your hands, you can keep it on your gadget. But if you keep it on the gadget, make sure the gadgets are completely switched off. There's no vibration mode. Or you can keep it on the surface also. And if you want, you can touch it or you don't have to touch it. It is up to you. If you feel you're connected as consciousness, simply you can command over anything. All that exists, Bhagavan says, if I am here and I am consciousness, the air around me is also consciousness. The rocks around me is also, rocks around the air is also consciousness. The Arunachala hill is also consciousness. So I can move the hill also. It is quite feasible and quite possible where Bhagavan says we are consciousness and manifest as reality. Now all those great signs, we have seen the Siddhas and all the Alvars, Nayanamars, millions of them have manifested all these powers. If you read about so many yogis, they are able to manifest all these powers just by declaring their conscious sovereignty. That only the inner space, bring your focus back and again. Bhagavan's beautiful instructions. Sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Bring your visualization, verbalization to your third eye, only Paramashiva. Whatever you remember of Swamiji, just bring that to your third eye and continuously cherish. That is where your bhava comes in. You sit as PARASHAKTI, Paramashiva with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands to bring the awareness and cherish what you cherish, you become that. Constantly, if you cherish Paramashiva, then you become that. Constantly, we cherish only all our delusions, pains, and sufferings. For a few minutes, drop everything. How in the deep sleep you drop everything. For a few minutes, tell very clearly, I do not want any thoughts. I'm going to unclutch any thought that comes with Paramashiva as my Mahavakya. That is the weapon that we have. When we chant the Mahavakya loudly, we are so engrossed in chanting that we forget there is any other thought that can happen. And also visualize and verbalize only Paramashiva's cognitions and visualization continuously in your third eye and bringing the awareness of your 25 heads. Holding that, witnessing that awareness, you become the conscious sovereignty and manifest the powers. Let's entangle with Bhagavan, continuously chant and just deeply melt into the chanting. Don't bother if it is manifesting or not. You don't have to peek, you don't have to do anything. You can set up a camera and continuously fall in love with Paramashiva. Merge in Paramashiva to his lotus feet. All that we came here to celebrate Paramashiva. Be that oneness and experience that oneness of Paramashiva chanting the Mahavakya. Let's get ready for the consciousness over matter. So let's start chanting the Mahavakya intensely from the navel center. The navel center which connects the whole cosmic consciousness. So from your navel center, start chanting and vibrating with that and entangling with Bhagavan to experience the deep oneness with Paramashiva.
Nityananda Paramashivam Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivam Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye. Om Jnananda Paramashivam. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Jnananda Paramashivam. 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
So beautiful. The powers, that's beautiful. You can take a picture and at the end of the session you can share it. If you feel still you need some time to manifest, that's okay. If you have even the vibration or even if you feel the Kundalini energy, each of the time that Bhagavan is asking us to manifest these powers is for us to receive the prasada. If you go to a temple and have a darshan, after that you stand for the prasada and receive the prasada. And that is what each one of us experiencing the power manifestation, the conscious sovereignty individually is so important. The power manifestation is a science to teach that greatest science of conscious sovereignty as our reality. Again and again, Bhagavan is asking us to experience that is the only reason to make us conscious sovereignty. At least for a few minutes, we are in the conscious space. If you make a coffee, you don't think that Paramashiva is making the coffee, Paramashiva is drinking the coffee. If that is the space, that's so beautiful. Living as Paramashiva, walking, talking, and experiencing, you are the ultimate. The conscious sovereignty says, Brahmanya Bahuputratam. You are the favorite inheritance of the cosmos, sitting as the consciousness itself, the ultimate reality, who you are. The auspiciousness, the abundance. When you sit in that space, simply you start manifesting the higher reality. What you believe is what you are. What you eat is what you belch. The same way, if you start believing that you are consciousness by all these simple things that Bhagavan is giving us to experience, because it is too simple, we think it might not be the important thing. Just by rolling the coconut. In South India, there is a Vellore golden temple. You can Google and check. Such a beautiful temple. He was just a school teacher going in cycle, but all he had is conscious sovereignty. And then he started rolling coconut and showing people how the conscious sovereignty as the reality itself and healing people. And he built a golden temple right in this century, not the past. He still lives. Such a beautiful space each one of us can manifest and make it reality is why Bhagavan is asking us to manifest the powers of Paramashiva again and again. Living that and experiencing that, becoming oneness with that and manifesting that. Continuously holding that as the primary cognition is the very purpose of why we came here to experience the ultimate and manifest as ultimate. We are not going to lose anything, but gain much more, much more that we can't even imagine. When Sudama went to Krishna, all that he did was just fall in love with Krishna, and simply he was showered with all the auspiciousness and abundance. Anytime, any of the stories clearly show us that anytime we surrender to Paramashiva in deep love and reverence and gratitude, simply we become Paramashiva's space of auspiciousness and abundance, just beautifully experiencing the ultimate. So let's have one more cycle. Sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Continuously chant the Mahavakya, raising your frequency. It's all about frequencies. If you raise your frequency, your body even emits the photon more, the light energy. You become the self-effulgent light. Probably that's why they call it enlightenment. That beautiful space you experience is the auspiciousness and abundance that Bhagavan is showering on you right now. Let's experience the oneness and manifest the power of consciousness over matter. Make sure your hand is flat and the coconut is kept very stably, or you can keep it on the gadgets, but make sure the gadgets are completely switched off. Now let's start the second cycle. Start chanting the Mahavakya for experiencing the power of consciousness over matter.
Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashivoham in all our burdens. Let the Amrita pour. Let the Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour. Let the Vani open up. Manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda.
So beautiful. We have come to the end. Now open your eyes and whatever picture or video, please share it in tinyurl.com/powermanifestation. Even if you have not manifested, you can like others' videos and share, or you have powerful cognition from Bhagavan Satsang, or whatever you experienced as oneness, share the space of Paramashiva. Again and again, contributing to others' life and sharing and enriching and causing simply makes us the Paramashiva space. So many of you have offered the gratitude as dollar to Bhagwan and Kailasha, that is so beautiful. Offering to the Guru's feet is the ultimate gift that you can experience yourself. That only odes to your Kailasha inside you. Again and again, when you offer even as simple as 1 unit of your currency, it builds the Kailasha inside you. Let's thank Bhagwan for all this auspiciousness and beautiful space of oneness and deep gratitude and earning that Paramashiva is the reality. Let's surrender all the powerful cognition and power manifestation to Bhagwan's lotus feet and thank Bhagwan for all that experiences. With a deep gratitude and thanking each and every one of you, hundreds of you sitting and manifesting the powers, such a beautiful space it creates as conscious sovereignty. With that gratitude, let's end this session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nityananda Paramashivam Padukarpanam Astu. Om Nityanandam. Thank you so much. See you in the next darshan, after next darshan and or satsang.